The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Connor.
Good morning.
I understand we have a ceremonial process first. Thank you, Auntie Chloe.
1, 2. Good morning, everyone. My name's Chlorine. I'm a Wiradjuri elder. I'd like to welcome you all today to Wiradjuri country. I'd like to pay my respects to elders past and present and pay my respect to everyone here today. So enjoy your meeting. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning again, everyone, and welcome to Wagga for our 8th public hearing of this inquiry. I'd like to also acknowledge the traditional custodians of the Wagga Wagga region, the Wiradjuri people, and pay our respects to the Wiradjuri elders, past and present, and extend that respect to any other Wiradjuri and First Nations people here today and watching online. I specifically want to thank and pay our respects to Auntie Chlorine, who welcomed us this morning to the ceremony. The Royal Commission recognises the resilience, strength and pride of the Wiradjuri and First Nations communities. Thank you for welcoming us and for your continuing custodianship of the land. Wiradjuri means people of the three rivers, the Lachlan, Macquarie and the Murrumbidgee rivers that run through Wagga Wagga, and it's just a few hundred metres from where this hearing is taking place. We're aware of the difficult circumstances of recent flooding of the Murrumbidgee on the local community. We're thinking of you and are mindful that this must be an unsettling time for many. As always, I'd like to thank and acknowledge current and former members of the Australian Defence Force who make a unique and really important sacrifice on behalf of the nation. We honour them and their families for all they do and all they have done. This hearing marks a significant milestone for the Commission. It's exactly 1 year since we embarked on our first public hearing in Brisbane. We, Commissioners, have learned a great deal in that time, but we continue to be shocked and dismayed by the experiences of many serving and ex-serving members of the ADF. Figures recently released by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare reveal at least 1,600 defence personnel who had served at any time since 1985 took their own lives between 1997 and 2020. Council Assisting will have more to say on those numbers shortly. Sadly, we hear that deaths by suicide continue to impact the defence and veteran community. From the outset of this commission, our plan has been to visit all major capital cities and key regional defence centres. With its large military community, Wagga Wagga is a significant location to conduct a hearing. More than 4% of Wagga's population is employed by defence, and more than 1,300 currently serving ADF members live here, making it the 7th largest regional population of serving members in Australia. Importantly, Wagga is also home to key defence training centres, RAF Base Wagga and the Army's 1st Recruit Training Battalion at Kapooka. Joining the Australian Defence Force can be exciting and exhilarating time for many young people. But it can also be a time when things don't go according to plan and where the reality fails to live up to the expectations. We know that some of the risk factors that contribute to death by suicide in the military community may have their origins during recruitment and training. This hearing will focus on issues involving training for each of the services, including culture, ethics, and unacceptable behaviour, along with physical training and injury prevention. The evidence at this hearing may be distressing for some people, so I'd like to remind everyone attending in person that we have counsellors available here. If you need them, please talk to them and tell them what you're thinking. For those watching at home, please get in touch with our Counselling and Inquiry support team if you need any assistance. The numbers are all on our website. Since our last hearing, the Commission has undertaken some important community engagement. Earlier this month, we Commissioners attended the National Forum for Ex-Service Organisations, where more than 70 different organisations discussed some of the Royal Commission's initial and emerging findings. It was heartening to see so many working together towards a common goal of achieving reform within the sector to better serve current and ex-serving ADF members and their families. And we'll continue to listen to and work with this very important group. Commissioners and staff have also visited draft base Wagga, Kapooka, HMAS Cerberus, the Australian Defence Force Academy and Royal Military College Duntroon to see firsthand how recruits are introduced into military life and to speak with recruits and cadets about their training experiences. We've now received more than 2,800 submissions from organisations and individuals, and we continue to encourage anyone with lived experience of Defence Service to please make a submission. The more we understand about the unique challenges of military service, the greater opportunity we have to help improve the lives of those who have served our country and those who will do so in the future. I'll now ask Senior Counsel Assisting Kevin Connor, SC, to make his opening remarks.
Commissioners, I appear with Peter Gray, KC, Erin Longbottom, KC, Peter Single, Gabriella Ribagotti, Lonia Septua, Madeline Bridget and Sophie Molyneux as Counsel Assisting the Commission. Commissioner, there's other appearances.
Please the Commission, I appear with my learned friends Miss Munro, Miss Musgrove and Miss Wright for the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr. Free. Are there other appearances who may be on video link?
I understand there may be, Commissioner.
Please the Commission, my name is Fraser and I appear for the State of New South Wales.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser.
Commissioners, we wish to associate ourselves with your acknowledgement of the Wiradjuri people and their elders, past, present and emerging. We wish to associate ourselves with your acknowledgement of First Nations people who may be here today or may be watching. Commissioners, we also wish to associate ourselves with your acknowledgement of the current and former members of the Australian Defence Force, their families and the sacrifices they've all made in service of the nation. Commissioners, we're here in Wagga Wagga, the 8th hearing block. There'll be public hearings, Commissioners, each day of this week, Monday through to Thursday. As we well appreciate, Wagga Wagga is the home to the Army 1st Recruit Training Battalion at Kapooka and also the Royal Australian Air Force No. 1 Recruit Training Unit. Operator, might you display the overarching tender bundle? Commissioners, this contains 52 items. I tender those items.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. They'll be accepted and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers.
May I turn to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare's recent, that is November 22, 16 November 22 report. Operator, please go to that report and display the front cover. We'll come to segments of that report. This was released now 12 days ago. It's the AIHW's 5th annual report. It demands close study and analysis, and not just by the Royal Commission itself. The report considers people who have served in the Australian Defence Force over the 35-year period from 1 January 1985 through to 31 December 2020. It does not consider those who served the nation before 1 January 1985. That, of course, includes the people who have served in Vietnam. Information about those who served prior to 1985 is not stored in such a way as to readily facilitate such consideration. Operator, please display pages 8 and 9 of the report and display table 2, please. Commissioners, you will see here that table 2 shows the numbers of deaths by suicide of males and females amongst the serving, reserve and ex-serving populations between 1997 and 2020. Since the 4th annual report, the AIHW has expanded its previous work to include those who died by suicide in the 4 years from 1 January 1997 to 31 December 2000. 241 persons who died by suicide in those 4 years are now covered by this 5th annual AIHW report. In addition, there's another 89 people who died by suicide in the 2020 year who are now included and covered in this most recent research. So between 1 January 1997 and 31 December 2020, of those who have served our nation since 1 January 1985, 1,600 people are recorded by the AIHW as having died by suicide. By virtue of the additional 5 years of data included in this 5th report, the number of suicide deaths has substantially increased from the 1,273 deaths by suicide reported in the AIHW's 2021 report, which was the 4th annual report. So, Commissioners, that is 1,600 lives lost since 1997. And that's in the particular group that I've spoken of. That equates to more than 1 per week over 24 years. And we know that there will be others who've served our nation at an earlier time, prior to 1985, including those who served in Vietnam, who died by suicide, who are not included in this report because, as we've said, the information that's available in the form that it is doesn't readily allow and to facilitate their being covered in the AIHW study. One asks, can some progress be made here? In addition to the 1,600 deaths included in the AIHW November 2022 report, the AIHW notes that at least another 330 additional deaths by suicide occurred over the period from 1 January 1985 through to 31 December 1996. But these deaths are excluded from the analysis of AIHW because the AIHW has concerns around data quality and completeness for that period. Commissioners, may we proceed to address a few matters that are referred to in the AIHW's November 22 report. May we say that in doing so, we do not in any way diminish the significance of the other information in this report. Commissioners, the AIHW 5th annual report, its November 22 report, is very significant. Its findings are illuminating. Operator, would you please go to page number 17 and display table 4? I'll leave this for a moment, Commissioners. This is females. And when one looks at the columns there, female ex-serving suicide rate, and one sees the instances there, and then comparing that with the population of women generally, one sees, for example, the under 30s, 17.4 versus 6.3 as a rate. So that is 2.8 times the rate for veterans versus the population generally. 1.9 times for the population between the ages of 30 and 39. 40 to 49, 2.4 times for ex-serving women versus the population of women generally. Over 50, the group of over 50 have died by suicide. A suicide rate for ex-serving women 1.5 times the rate for Australian women generally. So the AIHW points out in its report that overall ex-serving females, whilst having a lower suicide rate than ex-serving males, have a suicide rate twice as high as that for Australian females, women generally. Why is this happening? What do we know about it? Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs needs to heed this information about ex-serving women and respond. What needs to happen now to make it change? What needs to happen to make it better in the future? Operator, please display table 3 on the same page. Now, this is ex-serving males versus the population generally. Again, one sees here the suicide rate for men against the rate for Australian men generally. As with the women, the suicide rate for ex-serving men amongst the under 30 group, the 30 to 39 age group, and the 40 to 49 age group are significantly different to the rates for the Australian population generally. And again, Commissioners, why is this happening? What do we know about it? And again, Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs need to heed this and respond, to understand it. What needs to happen to make it change? What needs to happen to make it better in the future? Operator, please just go to page 4 and expand the section under the heading Notes on Measuring Suicide by Death. Sorry, death by suicide. Now, one sees here, Commissioners, 4 paragraphs, ways of presenting, the AIHW presenting its information. Items 1 and 2 are familiar. They have been done in the previous 4 annual reports. Item 3 has been expanded in the 2022 report. Now, item 4 concerning hazard ratios is a new way of the AIHW analysing its information. Now, Operator, please go to page 26 and display figure 10. It matters how people are discharged. One sees here in the 3rd column being involuntarily medically separated and the rate of death by suicide. The 3rd column, involuntary medical separation. So one sees the higher rate there. One sees the voluntary separation versus other involuntary separation. Now, how many people are being medically discharged, including during their recruit training? Why are they being involuntarily medically discharged? What's happening here? And why does it contribute to an increased rate of suicide? And can things be changed in defence? Adopting a different way. Operator, please go to page 47 and display figure 19. Commissioners, you'll see, and you already understand all this, the first 4 rows deal with age, the next with female versus male, the next rank of officer versus other. And then we come down to what is RFS, which is reason for separation. And we see 4 rows there. Now, when one comes to look at reason for a separation in voluntary medical, one sees the hazard ratio there. The hazard ratio being 2.8 times compared to those who separated voluntarily. So involuntary medical separation is a significant risk factor for death by suicide when accounting for other modelled variables. So how can this situation be transformed? What can be done now to transform this position? Is Defence really doing well enough in looking after its people so they don't face involuntary medical discharge? The Department of Veterans Affairs will also need to heed this amongst the many other things that the AIHW has reported upon. Operator, please go to page 29 and display table 8. This concerns length of service. One sees the suicide rates amongst people who've served for less than 1 year, males and females, particularly males. What's happening there? This will be partly explored in this hearing block because, amongst other things, we're exploring recruit training schools. Can things be changed in some way to make things better so we don't have these sorts of numbers? Operator, might you please go to page 3 and display the heading, "What is not included in this report?" One sees there that the AIHW says that a matter that would benefit from further exploration is data on living members who have experience with suicide, suicidal ideation, attempted suicide, or intentional self-harm. One would imagine that exploration of this matter by the AIHW in a deep way would throw some serious light upon the problem of death by suicide amongst Defence members and veterans. What is happening in this domain? In the way that AIHW, of course, has to. It depends on it being funded to do things, and it's the tasks that it's asked to undertake. So, Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs could give close consideration to what the AIHW does further. Now, as we've said, the AIHW's November 22 report is very significant. Its findings are illuminating. Defence must consider the AIHW's November 22 report deeply. It must understand its implications. It must act upon for the well-being of current members, both now and then when they come to leave the Australian Defence Force. The Department of Veterans Affairs must also consider the report deeply to understand its implications and to act upon it for the welfare of those who are now veterans and those who are becoming veterans. Commissioner, on the 10th of March this year, the then Prime Minister, Mr Scott Morrison, and the then Minister for Defence, Mr Peter Dutton, announced that the size and capability of the Australian Defence Force will be significantly increased. It was announced that the number of Australian Defence Force personnel will increase by about 30% by 2040, taking the total permanent number of members of the Australian Defence Force to almost 80,000 personnel. Commissioners, we've seen the extensive advertising programs underway. Commissioners, people are coming to Defence to serve the nation from different backgrounds. They all have different lived experience in their childhood, in their growth into adolescence, and into their becoming young adults. The humanity of the individual must be respected. Does Defence appropriately and properly, in a nuanced way, take account of people's different backgrounds and their different needs when recruiting and seeking to retain people in service? Suicide amongst Defence members and veterans is replete with complex interdependency. The complexity needs to be faced. It is recognised that Defence member and veteran suicide involves multiple systems and occurs in a social and political context where ever-present change is inevitable, and unforeseen and sometimes unprecedented challenges are not uncommon. It involves a large number of stakeholders with different perspectives, values and priorities, and hence different explanations and understandings of this complex problem. But Defence must accept its responsibility for the persons it calls upon to serve the nation, including its responsibility to do all that it can to prevent the death of veterans by suicide. Whilst the vast majority of suicides occur after the person has left service, the AIHW report tells us clearly that having served in the Australian Defence Force increases the risk of suicide in certain cohorts. Suicide prevention requires Defence to understand what might be contributing to that increased risk and how things could be done differently that could reduce the risk. Undoubtedly, the factors contributing to Defence and veteran suicide are complex, intertwined and constantly evolving as ongoing efforts to address the various elements are implemented. There's no simple answers to the problem. Nevertheless, there's something very simple and important that can and should be done. Ensure that people, no matter where they stand in Defence, are treating each other with respect. Commissioners, we've referred to some of the insights provided by the AIHW in its November 22 report. We've referred to the hazard ratio in relation to people who've been involuntarily medically discharged. We've referred to people dying by suicide in an increased way for males who've served less than 12 months. We've referred to the high rate of deaths by suicide amongst women, ex-serving women, compared to the women in the population generally. Commissioners, recruit training schools are, of course, persons' first contact with serving the nation in the Australian Defence Force. How culture emerges and is developed in recruit training schools seems to be an important matter. Commissioners, this afternoon commencing at 2 p.m, we'll hear from Wing Commander Darren Dolan. Wing Commander Dolan is the commanding officer of the Royal Australian Air Force No. 1 Recruit Training Unit here in Wagga Wagga. Amongst other matters, we expect to explore with Wing Commander Dolan the education of recruits concerning unacceptable behaviour. Commissioner, tomorrow morning from 8:30 a.m, we will hear from Colonel Andrew Deakin, Colonel Deakin is the Commander-in-Chief of the Kapuka Army Training Base here in Wagga Wagga. Amongst other matters, we expect to explore with Colonel Deakin persons being injured and coming to be involuntarily medically discharged. Commissioners, from 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, we'll hear from Commander Alicia Withers, Commander of the Royal Australian Navy Recruit School. Commissioner Withers is at HMAS Cerberus. Amongst other matters, we expect to explore with Commander Withers unacceptable behaviour, particularly sexual misconduct. Commissioners, it is likely that portions of the examinations of some witnesses in this hearing block will be closed to the public. Commissioners, on Wednesday, you'll hear from Colonel Simon Dowes, who is responsible for a team doing a performance needs analysis of the Conduct After Capture course. The course is intended to train Australian Defence Force personnel on how to behave, resist exploitation and survive captivity if they are captured or detained. The Commissioner is interested in the physical and psychological risks of this training and defence management of the course to mitigate any adverse impact on trainees. Commissioners, on Wednesday afternoon, you'll hear evidence from Dr. Robert Warsick, a medical doctor who served as an Army medical officer in the Australian Army from 2017 to mid-2022. He then transferred to the Army Reserve. Dr. Warsick is now a senior contracted clinician for Bupa, who is engaged by Defence, of course. We anticipate that Dr. Warsick will give evidence of his concerns that recruitment standards and waivers for the Army are impacting on Defence members, and also the quality of healthcare services provided by the Australian Defence Force. There'll be related issues. Commissioners, on the final day of this hearing block, that's Thursday, 1st of December, you'll hear evidence concerning the Australian Defence Force Academy from its Commandant, Air Commodore Julie Adams, CSC, and its commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel David Cave. The Australian Defence Force Academy, often referred to as ADFA, provides academic and military education and training to junior officers from the Army, Navy and Air Force. Opened in 1986 in Canberra, the Australian Defence Force Academy provided around 1/3 of the Australian Defence Force's officers and is the most significant tertiary education institution within Defence. Commissioners, there can be no doubt that graduates of the Australian Defence Force Academy, the future leaders of the Australian Defence Force, are valuable and are to be valued. Commissioners, to that end, the examination concerning the Australian Defence Force Academy will broadly focus on the following topics: the culture at the Australian Defence Force Academy, and specifically complaints relating to unacceptable behaviour as evident from recent student surveys. The next topic, the Australian Defence Force Academy's management of reports of unacceptable behaviour. The third topic, the training provided to students in the Australian Defence Force Academy about unacceptable behaviour and also about mental health. The fourth matter, policy implementation in the Australian Defence Force Academy and whether and how student surveys inform policy development. And the fifth topic, the stigma associated with seeking support and any barriers to seeking that support. Commissioners, shortly this morning, you will hear evidence from a lived experience witness who enlisted in the Australian Army and was accepted in the Australian Defence Forces Academy at age 18. He was then forced to medically discharged 3 years later as a result of an injury incurred during his training, and perhaps how his injury was managed. It is expected that he will give evidence about his experience at the Australian Defence Force Academy, including the stress and demands of the training environment, the culture of silence, and the self-harm incidents he witnessed amongst his fellow cadets in the high-stress environment. He is also expected to give evidence about the injury he suffered during training exercises, his subsequent medical treatment and prescription drug dependency, and the mental health concerns that he has had to deal with over the years as a result of his experiences. Commissioners, a witness statement of Ms. Kylie Reynolds, another lived experience witness, will be tendered tomorrow morning. May we say something shortly about Ms. Reynolds? Ms. Reynolds enlisted in the Australian Defence Force Ready Reserves in 1993, at the age of 17. Ms. Reynolds served in Australia and on deployments to East Timor and the Middle East, and attended international military interoperational exercises in Germany. Ms. Reynolds attained the rank of Warrant Officer Class 2 in the Royal Australian Corps of Signals, but was medically discharged from the Army at the age of 36 in 2011. Ms. Reynolds gives evidence in her statement of how she had an outstanding career in the Army and succeeded as a female in a male-dominated environment. And in her words, had her brain not imploded, she would still be doing what she loves today. When Ms. Reynolds' statement is tendered tomorrow, Commissioners, Counsel assisting Ms. Bridget will provide further details of Ms. Reynolds' statement. We raise it now, Commissioners, to acknowledge the significant contribution Ms. Reynolds' statement is making to the inquiries being made by the Royal Commission, especially as to how they relate to Ms. Reynolds' experience of abuse within the Army and her dealings with the Department of Veterans Affairs, who she continues to deal with today, many years after a medical discharge. Those dealings with DVA seem to be impacting on her mental health and well-being. Commissioners, might the Commission adjourn until 11:45am or thereabouts, when Ms. Bridget will call the first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. We'll adjourn until 9:45.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is resumed. Please be seated.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms Bridget.
May it please the Commission. Commissioners, our first witness today is, and he will be giving lived experience evidence. Before the Associate administers the affirmation, my apologies, Commissioners, I note that his testimony may trigger or cause some distress to those who may be listening and who have experiences of suicide, suicide behaviours, self-harm, violence and other forms of abuse, and drug and alcohol misuse. I say this now to give people an opportunity to not listen to the evidence or watch it if they so wish. For those who do wish to listen and find the evidence difficult, there will be numbers displayed on the screen where people can seek help.
Thank you.
He is in the witness box and can now be administered the affirmation.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please tell the Commission your full name? You made a statement to the Commission signed and dated 25th of November 2022, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there are two versions of your statement, a redacted and an unredacted version, is that correct?
Yes.
Operator, please display this is your redacted statement that is displayed there. Do you recognise that as the front cover of your statement?
Yes, I do.
And operator, please scroll to the last page of the statement. And there are 32 pages to your statement, is that correct?
Yes.
And are the contents of your statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioners, I tender the redacted statement of signed and dated 25th of November 2022 as a public exhibit.
Thank you, Ms Bridget. It'll be accepted and allocated the next number then.
Commissioners, I tender the unredacted statement as a confidential exhibit.
Thank you. Again, it'll be accepted on that basis and allocated the next number.
You're giving evidence to the Royal Commission today about your experiences of your time at the Australian Defence Force Academy, commonly known as ADFA, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you are giving evidence of how the culture and the training environment and the training itself within ADFA and the Army impacted on your well-being and those around you in ADFA at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And that includes your experiences of suicide, suicide behaviours and self-harm, is that correct?
Yes.
If at any time you would like to take a break during your evidence, please do let me know. And you are here today with your mother and your brother to support you, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You applied to join the Australian Army in 2008, is that correct?
Yes.
And we can see here some photos that are now being displayed of your time in the Army. How old were you when you applied to join the Army?
18.
And you commenced at ADFA, I'm just going to use the term ADFA from now on. You commenced ADFA in 2009, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old were you then? Were you still 18? Or?
Yes, 18 years old.
And can you recall what interested you in applying to join the Army?
Yeah, I was always interested and fascinated with the military and soldiers. Ever since I was a child, I was running around playing dress-up soldiers. Ever since I could draw, I was drawing pictures of soldiers. My granddad served. We were always going to every Anzac Day, to all the marches, and it's that stuck with me all throughout my years and schooling, and that led me down that path to the military. Yep.
And what did your mother think about you joining the Army?
She had very mixed feelings about it. It wasn't definitely not her first choice of a career path for myself. She had a lot of concerns and was very worried, but she did support my decision, and she was supportive of me through my applications and very supportive during my time in the military.
And did you consider ADFA or know anything about ADFA before you sent through your application to the Army?
No, I just applied to the regular Army, but I scored very high in the aptitude test, and the recruiters convinced me that if I have the ability that I should at least apply for the selection to the officer training at ADFA. And so I decided to follow through with that, and I passed and was accepted down there.
And you give evidence in your statement at paragraph 10 that you did not think you would pass the selection tests. Why did you think that at the time?
All the other candidates were from like much higher levels of schooling than I was. High level private schools, they had their school uniforms on during the selection, and they were much more educated than I was. They already had lots of leadership experience, which I had none of, and I just felt intimidated by them all and did not expect that I would be in the same caliber as those the other candidates.
And you referred to an open day that you attended, and your mother attended that open day as well. Can you tell the commissioners what that open day was like for you?
Yeah, it's very, they really sell it to you there. They've got all the coolest equipment out on display. They've got planes flying around. They've got attack dogs doing demonstrations. They've got people doing fire drills. They sell it to the parents as well. They say, we're going to have no HEX debt. We're going to be, leapfrogged in our careers. We're going to excel. We're going to get such a high level of training that'll be valued beyond the military into any career we would pursue afterwards. And they make it very, very appealing. And as soon as I went to that open day, I definitely wanted to go there straight away.
And did anybody speak to you on that open day about some of the challenges or some of the difficulties that you might face?
No, not at the open day.
And at paragraph 14 of your statement, you say that you knew when you were applying to join ADFA that it was competitive. How did you know this at the time?
They said that they have, such a high number of applicants. They said they had over 10,000 applicants and less than 400 spots. So that's very competitive.
And in what way was it competitive? Can you expand a little bit about the competitive nature?
So when we go for selection, you do various testing over 5 days. They do physical testing, some intellectual testing, complex problem solving, all that sort of thing, and you will sort of get, ranked and the best get chosen to go through. So you are competing with the other candidates.
And did everyone in your intake succeed?
No.
So how many, in percentage-wise, got through?
About half.
And you mentioned the physical testing and any other testing that you had to undertake. So you mentioned some of the problem solving. Was there any other testing?
Yeah, they would do things like give you a topic and then say, give us a 2-minute speech on the spot like that. They might make you do some debating, all sorts of sort of fast thinking, fast problem solving, things like that. And then, they might say, oh, tell us a speech about your hero or something like that. And they wouldn't really give you a full heads up on what was coming up. It was all sort of on the spot. So you didn't have a sort of program you could plan and prepare for. You sort of had to, you had to do it all, sort of testing your abilities, not your knowledge sort of base, yeah.
And did anyone at that time raise concerns about your physical fitness or the condition of your body at that time of when they did the testing?
No, not at all.
And you say you were perfectly healthy in paragraph 16, is that right?
Yes.
Had anybody ever told you at that point that there was anything wrong with your body physically?
No, I passed all my medical testing with flying colours.
And can you recall how you felt about being accepted into ADFA?
I was very surprised and very proud and excited.
And it was in 2009 that you moved to ADFA. Can you explain for those who may not know, what is ADFA and how does it fit in with the Army?
Yes, so ADFA it's attached to Duntroon, so it's right next to RMC. It's sort of like a separate campus, and at ADFA we do tri-service training with Army, Navy and Air Force all together. So we do some classes together, and then we will also separate and do individual single service training, and we will do all our university classes at ADFA on the campus there. We also live there, so we live and train in the same environment.
And you were studying a bachelor's degree, is
Yes.
that right? And what was your bachelor's degree in?
I was majoring in history and politics.
And can you recall how many service years you had to commit to?
9 years total.
And what did you think about that at the time?
I thought that was a long time, but it did make sense. The Army was spending a lot of time and money to train me and educate me, and they would want that return on their investment in years of service.
And were you given any opportunity to leave? Was there a period before you had to fully commit to those 9 years, or?
Yeah, we have a 2-year grace period in which we can leave without any repercussions, and that's to sort of compensate for the long service that we sign up to at a young age. People may realise that this may not be for them, and that is a grace period that we can leave.
And when you say repercussions, what are the repercussions once you get over that 2 years?
Some people that left after, they tried to make them repay the cost of their training, which was several $100,000.
Would you have been able to afford that?
No.
And what were you undertaking in terms of the military training? How did that work in with your course? With your studies is what I mean. So how did that work?
So yeah, we would usually have twice a week for 6-hour blocks. We would have military training, and that would be around our university timetables. So we would be off to classes, and then quite often in those blocks we'd be off to military training. Quite often in the morning between 6, 7, 8 a.m. before uni would start, we would have military classes or some military physical training, a shooting test, something like that. Roughly about 1 weekend a month we would be training as well. And for twice a year, for 1 month blocks, we would go off for Army training with the Royal Military College, Army specific training.
And that's what you meant by RMC before,
Yes.
Royal Military College. And what was it like juggling full-time academic studies and doing the military training?
It was really full on. It was very stressful. They often didn't coordinate very well. Sometimes we would be up doing a 12K cross-country run and then straight into some uni exams. That made things really difficult because if you failed your exams, if you failed any classes, you could be charged. So there was a lot of stress all the time trying to juggle some really poorly coordinated timetables.
When you say charged, what does that mean?
So it's in our standard operating procedures to pass all our classes. So if you don't pass, you can be charged with disobeying a lawful general order, as that's in our standard operating procedures.
And what would that mean in terms of your service, or what does that look like in practice?
So usually it would just be an infringement, which is a lesser charge that only stays on your record for 12 months, and you would cop something like lose a day's pay, lose a weekend of leave, or you could get a restriction of privileges charges where they can make you do anything that they deem fit. You can be sweeping up the rain or doing something like that.
And you've given some evidence in paragraphs 21 to 27. I'm going to ask you some questions about this with respect to the training environment at ADFA. Can you describe what the training environment was like when you were there?
It was very tough and strict when I was there. So I joined in 2009. The wars in the Middle East were sort of at their peak. Osama bin Laden hadn't been found yet. And it was very intense at that period. Already from my first year to my third year, I could see they were easing up a little bit on the newer recruits, but for us it was very tough.
And the training at ADFA, you say, comprises of military leadership training. You've mentioned that about the tri-service. What else was can you describe more about the training environment within ADFA?
Yeah, what do you mean specifically?
In paragraph 25, you say that a lot of people at ADFA were stressed. Can you
Oh, yeah.
talk about some of that?
Yeah, everyone was stressed out all the time. People were we were pushed to our limits constantly for a very long time. You know, we're there for several years, and that's a long time to be in a very demanding, high demanding environment. And under these really strict rules, you know, your bosses could stop you at any point, pull out a ruler, and if your name badge was off by, you know, a millimeter even, you could cop a charge for that. They could stop you and charge you for having dust on the bottom of your shoes or dirt on the bottom of your shoe. Just ridiculous things like that just made you carry around a certain level of stress constantly, on top of all the pressure to perform well in all your academic studies and keep performing in all your military testing and classes as well.
And how old on average were the trainees in the group that you were in?
The majority would have been 20 or younger, a couple maybe 21 or 22. I think everyone would have been under 25.
And you've talked about that you were required to do the military training. How often were you required to do the military training in a year, for example? How often would you be required to be doing the military training for the Army?
The Army-specific training, it was roughly 2 months of the year.
And can you tell the commissioners about what that Army training is like?
Yes, so it usually comprises of 2 phases. You would have a sort of barracks phase where you would learn different lessons about field work or weapon systems, radios, so on, and then you would have a field practical phase where you would go out into the field and practice all those, all the things you basically just learned in the classwork in the barracks.
And operator, if you could display paragraph 28 of redacted statement. You say a lot of the Army training is like the movies. Can you tell the commissioners what you mean by that?
Yeah, well, a lot of people told me, oh, the Army's not like the movies, but then I got there and when they start screaming at you and swearing at you and all the rest of it, that's pretty much exactly like you see in the movies, in the training anyway. And
you say at paragraph 29 that gave you a high level of stress, is that right?
Yeah.
And you talk about the punishment and punishing the whole class. Can you expand on that a little?
Yeah, very often we would all be punished for one person's mistake, and that just created a lot of sort of stress and anxiety for that particular person, but it also was hard on everyone, you know. Yeah, it's...
Do you recall being charged for not complying with any of the procedures or the rules?
Oh, all the time. It was a constant thing, being charged. No, I don't think anyone went through there without any charges.
And what's that like when that happens? I mean, can you recall how you felt at the time when that happens?
Yeah, it sucks, but it's kind of part of it. I guess it's normalized. You know, you can tell when a boss is going to charge you. If they want to charge you for something, they can find something and they can give you a charge. You can never be perfect enough that they won't find anything that they can't charge you with.
And in paragraph 30, you say, I remember one time I was charged for not keeping my room clean enough because I had dust inside a light bulb.
Yes, that's correct.
And what happened as a result of that?
I lost the weekend's leave.
And does that get put on your record as well?
That stays on for 12 months. So these smaller infringements will stay on your record for 12 months. And the more you have within that 12 months, the worse the punishments will get. But after the 12 months, they will get removed off and the punishments won't keep stacking in severity.
And do you think that that kind of training is necessary, or do you think the Army can train people to go to war without treating trainees in this way, for example, swearing at them or adopting a punitive approach?
I would say it was very excessive. It may be necessary to some degree, but it's not necessary to that degree.
And you give evidence at paragraph 3 about how you think what the Army should focus on in terms of mistakes. Can you tell the commissioners about that?
Yeah, well, they're trying to hold us to a standard that's not achievable, and when you keep getting punished for things that you can't achieve, it does start to have a very negative effect on your mental health.
And did it have an impact on your mental health?
Oh, very much so.
Sorry, did you say very much so?
Yes.
And I'll come back to that in due course. At paragraphs 34, apologies, I will just go back in terms of the impact on the mental health. And you said it's being regularly punished for not doing something that is unachievable affects your mental health. Can you explain what you mean by unachievable?
Yeah, quite often we could get two bosses might give us a separate task each, and it's not possible to do them both. So whichever task you do, the other one won't be done. You're going to cop a charge. Things like, when they give you a room inspection, pull off a light bulb and you've got dust inside, pull off the air vent, got dust inside your air vents. These things aren't achievable for us to constantly have all this stuff clean on top of everything else we're already trying to juggle. So they do just sort of throw these curveballs at you all the time that they know you haven't got, they haven't told you to clean the dust out of your air vent, but then they'll go and check it and punish you for it, for the dust being there. That's just one example, but there's, things along those lines are pretty constant.
Do you think there was a purpose behind trying to give you things that are not achievable?
Yeah, I think the purpose behind it is along the lines of never trying to say you're perfect, so you stop trying to improve, which I think is a good thing. We should always be trying to improve, but the way that they've gone about that, I think, is not very effective. You can see the way that it has affected us is not, it's done more harm than good.
Thank you. And at paragraphs 34 and 35, you refer to the instructors telling you about a study that the Army completed with recruits. Can you tell the commissioners what you were told about that study and why you think you were told about it?
Yeah, so when we were starting our Army training, the recruiters told, well, not recruiters, our instructors told us about a study they'd done on recruits in the 1990s that showed that almost 100% of them were showing mild symptoms of PTSD by the end of their 3-month basic training here at Wagga. And they explained to us that that happens because when they put us through this intense training, it can have similar effects on the brain as taking psychedelic substances such as LSD. So when you keep people awake with food and sleep deprivation for several days, things start to happen in your brain. You can start to see things that aren't there, hear things that aren't there. And the brain in that state becomes more plastic and malleable. It can physically change. And as they put us into these harsher conditions, our brains are going to start to adapt to them, and it's going to turn us into more effective soldiers, able to operate in different environments. But they said a side effect of this is PTSD. Those changes that happen in the brain are going to cause things like PTSD, and that soon we're going to start experiencing various symptoms. We're going to start seeing behaviours amongst our colleagues that are going to seem irrational and illogical. And we were told that we must be aware of this. We also must be aware of it for our soldiers because they can't go up in front of psych testing because they'll get a psychological discharge, and we were to look out for each other and sort it out amongst ourselves and do everything we can to keep any incidents of severe mental health becoming on their desk. So keep it all under the carpet, avoid it from coming to the surface on their desk so they don't have to deal with it. No one has to get a psych discharge.
And all of that was told to you?
Yes.
And in paragraph 34, you say that it was clear that that they being the army, were well aware of the problem but swept it under the carpet, and there was no strategy in place to deal with the issue.
That's correct.
And how did they sweep it under the carpet?
Well, for one, they don't really offer much support to anyone. If everyone's getting PTSD, but they're not treating it, that's sort of, to me, that's just sweeping it under the carpet. For people who go for help, they get severely disadvantaged career-wise or possibly psychologically discharged. There's also a massive stigma about it. Everyone is just sort of, just man up and deal with it. It's nothing serious. The seriousness of it is very much downplayed.
And in terms of not talking about it and the automatic psychological discharge from the military that you refer to in your evidence, do you think this creates a culture of silence?
Very much so.
And you give some evidence in paragraph 36 and about taking the effects of taking a psychedelic substance like LSD, and that's what the effect would be like. Is that what they told you, or did you also do some research to find out that that's what it was like?
They told me that. They told us that. I did some research later on to find out, what was happening to my brain and how I could maybe try and fix a little bit of it or reverse what was sort of done to me. But yes, they said it's like taking psychedelic substances. They said the extreme being in an extreme circumstance has the same effect on the brain as psychedelics. It's the same mechanism that activates.
And can you recall, and I know it's a little bit of time ago, but can you recall what you were thinking or feeling at the time when you were being told about these potential side effects of the training?
Yeah, it did sort of make sense at the time. It did seem like, okay, these things happen. I didn't think anything would be happening to me. And I actually didn't think anything was wrong with me for a long time. I thought, well, I never went to war. That's not going to be me. I'm not in that category. And we're also at the time we're being smashed with such hectic timetables. You don't have a lot of time to really stop and reflect too much on what's happening. And a lot of these behaviours and things are just getting normalised.
And at paragraph 40, you give evidence about what the training at Duntroon was like, and you say it was even more gruelling than at ADFA. Can you describe what some of that training was like? It's at paragraphs 40 to 44.
Yeah, so at RMC, that's when we do more intense training. We do things like the food and sleep deprivation exercises and, a lot of heavy pack marching. We'll carry packs that are 50 kilos for a week or two at a time for several kilometres, 10, 20, 30 kilometres a day sometimes. We'll do... Yeah, all that sort of stuff. We'll sleep in harsh weather conditions with very limited shelter and other things like that.
And did you have any incidents happen to you with the harsh weather that you can recall?
Yeah, I once had to sleep in -6 degrees. I had to break the ice off my sleeping bag to get it back in my pack. That's probably the coldest night I've ever had.
And in terms of 43, you say it was common for mild hallucinations to occur during training?
During the food and sleep deprivation, yeah, very common.
And what would happen in those hallucinations?
You might hear your phone ringing when you haven't got your phone on you. Definitely at night, shadows and stuff. You might think, oh, that was an animal when that wasn't. Or some people say they saw little men marching beside them and such things like that.
And did you experience mild hallucinations?
Yeah, commonly.
Had you ever experienced hallucinations before joining ADFA?
No.
Can you recall what that was like at the time?
Yeah, it's sort of, you understand what's happening to you, so it's not a shock. You're feeling very exhausted, you haven't slept, you haven't been eating properly, you've been marching all day, all night. you know, your body's starting to hit its limits, and your mind's also starting to hit its limits as well.
And you say we were all going through it together, so you persevere to get through it as a team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I could have ever done any of these things individually by myself, but yeah, you are there as a team and you all get each other through it, and you do sort of, you know, bond and support each other as, and you get through it together, yeah.
And you say that if you wanted to put yourself into the mindset of a soldier or a veteran, you can imagine, and then you go on to give that evidence. Can you tell commissioners what you've written there in your statement in terms of if someone wanted to get into the mindset, what would that be like?
If you're trying to picture, you know, what's happening to our brains, you could imagine taking some psychedelics and then being forced into uncomfortable, stressful situations repeatedly. It's probably going to have a similar effect on the brain than to what has happened to us during this training.
You touched on this briefly a moment ago about the effects happening before deployments. And in paragraph 45, you talk about the roots of mental health trauma being experienced before deployments. Can you just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, before all these things I'm describing, you know, this is happening at the very beginning of our training. I can only imagine for however many years you stay in the military, that just gets worse. And any type of deployments or any actual traumatic experiences you see there would be amplified limitlessly by further beyond what I experienced in training.
Do you think there's a perception, and if you don't know, that's okay, do you think there's a perception in the general population that people in the military who get PTSD, that only happens to people who go to war or go on deployments?
I would say so, yeah. I thought that myself for many years as well.
And your experience has shown you otherwise?
Yes, that's true.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the evidence you give about the suicides and the self-harm at ADFA, and just remind you not to mention any names or go into any of the methods, and only to the extent that you want to share this with the commissioners. Can I please start with your evidence at paragraph 46, where you talk about the suicides that you became aware of or observed? I'm not sure the details of that, but can you talk about some of the suicides at ADFA?
Yeah, so the first suicide was within a couple of weeks of me being there, and I just thought at first that this was probably an isolated incident and didn't think too much of it. I mean, yeah, it was very sad and you know, it wasn't pleasant news, but I didn't think too much of it at the time, and then every year preceding that, there was another suicide. So these weren't sort of isolated incidents, but they were regular occurrences.
And how old were these people?
All would have been under 25, I would say 18, 19, 20.
And operator, if you could display paragraph 47. You describe there the personalities, if you like, of some of the cadets or trainees. Mm-hmm. Can you tell the commissioners about that?
Yeah, so, you know, these were some of the youngest, brightest, most, you know, driven, intelligent, promising people that the country had to offer, and they all had the option to leave at the time. This, you know, we're not locked in to our contracts from the very beginning. All these people had the option to leave, but they all took their own lives, and I do see that as a sign of some severe mental trauma. I don't think that any of them, you know, their lives hadn't gone wrong yet. You know, they hadn't had any logical reason. It seemed very illogical that they would choose to take their own life over leaving and living a different one.
And you've touched on this about thinking, you know, initially you thought it might have been an isolated incident, But what was it that changed your mind to think that it was more regular? What was happening?
We started seeing a lot of self-harm. It was very, very common. And you start to see everyone's mental health slowly deteriorate. Yeah, and then, they do keep happening. Every year there was a suicide, at least one.
And at paragraph 50, you talk about what would happen after the suicide.
So we would all get called in for like a suicide prevention training, which was just largely tokenistic. They would get us into the big hall, show us the same slideshow every time, tell us not to talk to the media, and they did advise us to go and talk to the chaplains if we were struggling, because they didn't have the same lines of reporting. You can talk to them, anonymously, in a sort of confession style. They don't have to do the same protocols of reporting that the psychs do. But if you weren't really religious, that wasn't really something that non-religious people sort of even considered at all.
And why do you think you were told not to talk to the media about it?
At the time, we were told their media team was going to do anything to do with the media, and for us not to engage with any media at all.
Do you think that contributes to the culture of silence?
Yeah.
And moving to your evidence around self-harm or suicide attempts, can you tell the commissioners about what you experienced and what you observed?
I'd been, in the room when one of my friends really tried to kill himself. Another one of my friends. No, it always went unreported. I had to first aid those friends myself, make sure they got to work the next day so they wouldn't be in hospital and there wouldn't be any report, and none of it would get to our bosses.
And could you feel that you could report it?
I felt I would be doing them like a disservice if I reported it. They would have a lot to answer for, and they would most likely be discharged.
And given that you didn't report it, can I assume that you didn't get any support for what you had to do at that time?
No, our only support was each other.
In paragraph 55, you say, we became one big dysfunctional family. What do you mean by that?
Everyone did look after each other sort of like a family, even if they didn't get on. You could see someone you really didn't like. If they needed help, you would always help them. And it was very dysfunctional. We all had so many different problems. That's sort of how I would word it, one big dysfunctional family.
So how is it that people who are going through their own individual issues, how could you all support each other?
We just did the best that we could, and obviously it had very mixed results. I mean, the statistics do speak for themselves. It was not a very effective way of handling things.
You refer to indirect self-harm, and you say that was common. Can you just explain what you mean by indirect self-harm?
Dangerous behaviours, drinking way too much, drink driving. One of my best friends got his spine broken very badly in a drink driving accident. The passenger in that car was killed. There's lots of, drinking, violence, and people just losing their minds, snapping, having a bit of psychotic episodes, maybe punching the wall, headbutting the wall, things that didn't really make much logical sense. Things I would say more signs of severe mental trauma.
And drinking alcohol, what did you observe about the amounts of drinking alcohol and the reasons why people were drinking?
The alcohol consumption was very excessive and common. A lot of people drinking to excess every day. And yeah, it was, I mean, yeah, it was a huge problem. It was, yeah.
And do you know some of the reasons in terms of talking to your fellow cadets why people were drinking to the excess?
I guess everyone has their own different reasons, but it was a coping mechanism through all the stresses, through all the the hard work, the things happening that you don't understand. You start having different sort of nightmares. You find it hard to relax. You know, when you walk outside and a boss can just pull you up and charge you for anything, you start to not feel relaxed even when you go outside. You're hyper aware all the time. You can't wind down. It's like we've been wound up so much to this point that we can't unwind ourselves, and alcohol was a way to do that.
And I know that you've spoken about the stress and the demands. In your statement, you refer to the fear of failure. Can you speak to that a little bit more?
Yeah, I think a lot of people had a big fear of failure. I think that's why many really tried to push themselves and not quit when it wasn't working out for them. You also had reprisals for failure. You know, if you failed a drill test or failed a uni exam, you would get a notice to show cause in which you had to submit submit a document with listing reasons why you shouldn't be immediately discharged from the military to your bosses. So things like that were common, and it just added to the stress of everything. So if you failed, you often weren't supported to get better. You had to give reasons why you shouldn't be punished.
And did you have any thoughts of self-harm or have suicidal ideation at this time when you were at ADFA?
No, I didn't, but I definitely had irrationally dangerous behaviours.
And to the extent that you want to, can you describe what some of those dangerously irrational behaviours were?
Yeah, mostly related to drinking, drink driving, violence.
And again, did you seek any help for this at the time?
No.
And the reason for not seeking help was?
Fear of reprisals and fear of being discharged, of hurting my future career prospects, and no one asked for help. You know, it was sort of not a thing that you did. People would sort of look at you sideways, oh, you're asking for help, like, oh, can't you handle your alcohol or something along those lines.
And were you seeing this within your first year at ADFA, these behaviours?
Yeah.
And you were experiencing them yourself within the first year?
Yes.
And in 2010, just moving on to a new topic now, in 2010, did anything significant occur during your training for you?
Yeah, that's when I had my spinal injury.
And can you tell the commissioners what happened with your injury, how it happened?
Yeah, so I was out on a field training exercise, carrying the heavy packs, weighing up to 50 kilos, and I'd had, they think, a minor injury in my back that I should have caused me to stop, but I didn't, and I kept pushing on for 4 more days, and during that time, 7 discs in my spine became disfigured and crushed, and that's how my injury occurred, yeah.
And what happened to you at day 4? You talk about something that happened to you at day 4 in your statement. What was that?
Yeah, so that's when I basically had become very delusional. It was very difficult to breathe. When I breathed in and my lungs pushed on my spine, I had a really intense stabbing pain, so I was becoming very short of breath, very lightheaded. I felt dizzy. I could hear a big droning sound like a jet plane was flying right above my head. And I had wandered off into the bush alone, and luckily one of my colleagues had spotted me, break away from formation and wander off, came and grabbed me, took my pack off and said, "You're done, you're going out of here, you're getting out of here."
And what happened after that?
After getting the pack off, I could catch my breath a bit, I could walk just fine, but obviously I could not continue the exercise, and I was then forced into a stretcher, and my team was made to carry me to the nearest road, which was several kilometres away, and that was very uncomfortable. It's very difficult to carry someone in a stretcher. They also had to carry my pack, so one person was carrying their 50-kilo pack plus mine. And I kept asking, can I get out of the stretcher and just walk? Every time they went over a log or a bush, it was banging into my back. It was very painful. They didn't want to carry me. I didn't want to be carried, but we were forced to do. I was forced to go through that. They were forced to inflict that on me.
And did you experience or observe any abusive behaviour during these these field trainings that you had to undertake?
Yeah.
And they were by various senior people above you or by recruits, trainees themselves?
Mostly by staff.
When you say staff, people are ranked above
Yes.
you. And did you repeatedly request to be taken off the stretcher and so you could walk?
Yes. I was told to shut the fuck up and stop complaining.
And how much pain were you in?
Incredible, indescribable amount of pain.
And what was the psychological impact, if any, on you?
Well, that pain that started then never stopped. So that's had a huge toll on me physically and mentally till this day.
Do you still experience that pain today?
Yes, right, as if it's happening to me right now.
And what happened once you were brought back on the stretcher?
I was then put in a truck and taken to the hospital at RMC. I was given some painkillers, had an overnight stay, and was discharged from the hospital. I was given a script of tramadol to take. I was told as my body started healing, the pain would lessen and lessen, and by the time the healing process in the body finished, even if I wasn't 100%, the pain would be stopped and I wouldn't have to take the medications anymore, or that medication anymore.
And was your mother notified that you were in hospital?
No, and she was my next of kin, so my next of kin was not notified at all of what had happened.
And were you given any diagnosis by any of the doctors that saw you when you were admitted into hospital?
Not at that stage.
And what treatment did you receive during that admission?
I saw the physio in the morning and they gave me some restrictions, so no pack marching and things like that, no extreme forms of training, and then I was sent to resume duties, or the rest of my duties as normal.
And did you see a number of doctors during that admission?
I really don't recall that in that first admission.
And what did they take you for scans, or did you get any treatment? That was your first admission into hospital?
Yeah, that first admission, no, there were no scans. I just saw the physio after an overnight stay in the morning and then was discharged after the physio.
So it was a one-night stay
Yes.
on that first admission. And then what happened after that first admission?
So as I left, I kept taking the painkillers as I was prescribed, which in the military, a doctor's prescription is a lawful general order, so you do have to take them. If you're told to take your meds and go back to work, you have to. So that's what I did. I returned to the doctor maybe 3 or 4 days later saying, this pain's not going away, it's still quite intense. And then they increased my dosage and I went back to work, and that just repeated for a couple of weeks until my dosage of tramadol was up to 2 grams a day. So I started on 50 micrograms a day, ended up on 2 grams a day, collapsed in the shower with severe abdominal cramping. I went back to the doctor and told him about what had happened. He said, your dose of the tramadol is too high, so he took it off. He reduced the dose and introduced a series of other painkillers, Lyrica, Cymbalta, fentanyl, Valium. I was taking all these in combination with the original tramadol within the next couple of weeks after my initial injury.
And operator, please display paragraph 81 of the redacted statement. You list here some of the prescribed medications. Can you tell the commissioners about these, and were you given all of these to be told to take at the same time, or?
Yeah, I was taking all of those medications simultaneously in combination.
And what were the medications meant to do?
They were trying to control my pain. They didn't understand why my pain wasn't going down. They just kept stacking on new meds to try and deal with it. And yeah, I really didn't question what they were thinking at the time. I just had trust and faith in these doctors, and I thought, oh, the doctor says it's good, it must be good. And so I didn't really think too much of it until I started having, some pretty serious side effects from all this stuff.
And were you allowed to not take the medication?
Well, it is a lawful general order, so if you would have to get the doctor to take you off it. You couldn't just, if it was prescribed to you, you're not allowed to just take it. I don't know if I really feel that I would have been charged, but it does exist.
And can you describe the hospital that you were in terms of the
Yes.
facilities available?
So after I was taking these for a few months, I ended up back in the hospital at RMC, which is not really designed for comfort. They don't want people in there and lingering. They're not paying you to be in a comfy bed. So the hospital has no TVs in the room. There's no visitors during working hours, so it means your friends can only visit you on the weekends. The food's really, but like the boxes that the food comes in says prison and defence use only. It's just designed for discomfort, and I ended up staying in that hospital for 3 months.
And this was around May or June 2011,
the
is
following
that
year,
correct?
yeah.
And was your mother informed of your second admission?
No.
And can I assume then that your mother didn't get to visit you while you were in hospital?
She did come to visit after about a month and a half. She just said, well, you've been in there for a while, I'm going to come and visit you. So yeah, she came down, and she had no idea the seriousness of the condition that I was in. And blood from all these painkillers, and I was not in a very good way. And no one told her what had happened or what was happening to me.
And did anybody in the first, or let's say at the first admission, did anybody say, would you like us to contact your next of kin?
No.
Did they ask you that in the second admission?
No.
And in the second admission, were you given any diagnosis by any of the doctors that saw you?
Yeah, I was misdiagnosed with a number of conditions. At first, they said I had a condition called ankylosing spondylitis, which is when the vertebrae in your spine begin fusing together, and that was what must be causing all my pain. So that turned out to be incorrect, so I was being mistreated for that. They also said I was also diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, and I was told I'd be in a wheelchair within a year, and that was causing all my pain. That turned out to be incorrect as well. No one ever thought it may just be a chronic pain condition resulting from that initial injury. They all thought this much pain, there must be something else going on. That injury happened months ago, the body shouldn't still be experiencing that pain. And they were sort of on this path to find something else that wasn't there, and in the meantime they were just dumping more and more meds into my system, into my body.
And what treatment did you receive at this point in the second admission?
They were sending me to various treatments. A lot of them, I was seeing physio, deep tissue massage, bone scans, MRIs, CT scans. They even had me going to hypnotherapy. They had me going to acupuncture. I was getting these needles put in my back and then electrocuted and all sorts of all sorts of treatments. Basically, they just were anything that might fix me. They would just send me off to everything. It was going round in circles.
Apologies. And did that include medical specialists as well?
Yes.
And was any of that treatment working?
No. I got some temporary relief, but nothing that was lasting or nothing that was, that was improving my condition. So I would get a bit of relief for a couple of hours after the treatments, but I would be just right back to square one a couple of hours later. Nothing was sort of improving my condition over time.
And you talk about how you were feeling at this point at paragraphs 98 and 99. Can you tell the commissioners what the experience in that second admission was like for you?
Yeah, I'll just read from my statement here. So I spent many painful months awake at night, staring at the roof completely alone, and I began to lose my mind. There was a 2-week period during my hospital stay where everyone else was sent home, but I was not permitted to go on leave. I was completely alone, being the only patient in the entire hospital. I'd walk around the empty rooms endlessly night after night as I was unable to sleep, wondering how my world had been reduced to these empty rooms and corridors. I had nothing else to occupy my mind but my own distorted thoughts for the majority of the time.
It sounds like that was an extremely difficult time for you. Did you have any support, apart from your mother, which obviously would have been a great support, but did you have any other support at this time?
I had 3 visits from friends that went AWOL to visit me, and that was it.
What do you mean they went AWOL?
Absent without leave. So they had skipped class to come and see me.
So they wouldn't have been permitted to come and see you?
They would have been charged if they got caught.
And you talk about how you could feel your body beginning to fail and that you knew that soon you would be dying. Is that how you felt at the time?
Yeah, when I had blood coming out from where it's not supposed to, that was when I really started to think that I was dying.
And then what did you do after that?
I decided that I wanted to leave the hospital and get off all these meds. I didn't want to stay in there waiting around to die, not getting better. So I went and told the doctor that that was my intention, and after some convincing, he agreed to write off all the scripts so I wouldn't be charged. And he suggested that I don't quit all these medications immediately, as they're going to have some very severe withdrawal side effects. So I left that hospital and I stopped taking all the meds immediately except the fentanyl. I slowly reduced it over the 3 days. And then after that, the withdrawal symptoms were so severe, I just remember waking up back in that hospital that I'd left.
And when you left the hospital, so before you at the time you self-discharged, what did you leave with in terms of medications?
So the doctor wrote me 10 repeats of every script that I was taking. As he said, DVA are going to be pretty slow accepting your claim, excluding the fentanyl, so every other script. So that was over 1,000 pain pills I left in my bag from that hospital.
And you got that prescription filled?
Immediately by the pharmacy.
By the pharmacy? Mm-hmm. And they filled every one of those scripts?
Every one of the repeats, yeah.
And to the extent that you want to, can you tell the commissioners what you went through in terms of the withdrawal symptoms?
Yeah, it's a bit hard to find the words to describe what that was like. Firstly, my pain had been masked by a number of really powerful meds for a long time. So when that hit back, it was very intense. That stabbing pain returned when I tried to breathe. Then I remember feeling incredibly hungry, like my stomach was cramping so much, like I just had to eat. But as soon as I put any food in my mouth, I would just start vomiting violently, which was causing more spasms for my back and further pain. At the same time, I was having hot, cold flushes. Like I would be freezing and shivering, and the shivering would make my pain worse. I would put the blanket on, then I would just start pouring out sweat. Then I would be starving, put something in my mouth, throw up, and there was just a lot just going on all at once. And I would end up losing 12 kilos in that 5 days. And that 5 days I was back in the hospital with the withdrawals. And yeah, I'm not like a really, really big guy, so that was a lot of my body weight that went off.
And where were you doing that? What room were you in?
At the same hospital, just
Before you went into hospital. So when you self-discharged, were you in your room at ATFA?
I went back home.
Oh, you went back home,
Back
so
home
you were
to
at
Sydney
home with...
yeah, it was on a Friday. I went home for the weekend, but on the Sunday night, or on the Sunday before I'd gotten back to my room, I was back in that hospital before the Monday morning already. Yeah.
And was your mother with you while you were going through that withdrawal?
Through the beginning of it. Yeah.
And then you go back and have a third admission to hospital, is that right?
Yes,
that correct?
yes, that's correct.
And is there anything you'd like to say about that third admission into hospital?
All I can say is like I really have problems being anywhere near hospital now. Anything that's hospital-like, nursing homes, doctor's office. Immediately when I go into any hospital-like environment, my heart starts pounding. I start pouring out sweat. I feel like I'm in danger. I do not feel safe. I feel like I need to get outside of the building, and that has caused problems throughout my life. For me personally, every time I need to go to hospital, it's a real ordeal, and I have trouble visiting people when they're sick in hospital, and that's hard to deal with because that's something that I would like to be able to do.
And so this has been a long-term effect or impact for you from
Very
this
much so.
experience? And in terms of the side effects of some of the medications, what have they been like for you? What side effects did you encounter, and have you had any long-term effects of that?
They did affect me for a long time. It took a very long time for my appetite to come back. I wasn't eating normally for a very long time. My sleep cycle was way out. When I was on all these meds, I was sort of awake for 18 hours and asleep for 18 hours. And that took a really, really long time to get any sort of normality back to my sleep. I had to finish my uni degree when I came out of the hospital, but my brain really wasn't working properly. I sort of developed a kind of dyslexia. I couldn't read properly. I couldn't think properly. So there was a lot of challenges for several months afterwards. Some big challenges ahead, yeah.
And what about your sleep and dream patterns? Has there been any impact or effect on that?
The way I sleep and dream has been affected a lot since I had the injury in the beginning. So now my dreams are really completely bound by reality in a sense that when I dream, everything is how it is in reality. Everything looks the same, sounds the same. When I touch things, they feel the same. And they feel more like memories. They're not feeling like dreams. And when I get hurt in a dream, I feel that pain as if it happened to me. In a sleep assessment that was done when they plug all the brain monitoring equipment onto your head, they said my brain's still receiving pain signals in my sleep, and that's not normal. The sleep is one of the body's most effective pain relief mechanisms. So when you are still experiencing pain throughout your whole sleep, your brain is a bit more active, and it's a bit more. It's not drifting off to where it should be, and it's staying in a different place.
Commissioners, I note the time. I do have a few more questions and I note that, Commissioners, you may have some questions as well. May I seek an indulgence to continue?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners. Did you manage to complete your degree?
Yes, I did.
And what about graduation? Did you graduate? We can see there now a photo. Is that you on your graduation day?
Yes, it is.
And that must have been a good day for you, was it?
It was. It was a good day that I had achieved, completing my degree after missing the 3 months classes in hospital. I had to catch up 3 months worth of assessments plus finish the remainder of my degree with all those challenges that I had. But it was also a difficult day as I was being discharged the next day. So I wasn't able to participate in any of the marching out parades. I wasn't permitted to wear my uniform. I had to hand them all back. So yeah, I was the only one in the class dressed in civilian attire at our army graduation ball. I wasn't permitted to wear the dining in uniforms or anything like that. So it was a difficult day at the same time. Yeah.
So this is a uniform that you had right up until graduation, is that right?
Yes.
So why is it that you were not permitted to wear your uniform?
I had to hand them back that day.
So you didn't have a uniform, or did they say because you had not completed the army training?
Both. It was both. So I was not permitted because I was being discharged, and I also didn't have the uniforms. I had to give them back on that day as well.
Can you recall what that was like for you or for your family, that you were not permitted to wear your uniform that day?
Yeah, it was mixed feelings. I mean, it was good that I was there and that I had stuck it through and I did finish the degree. But then at the same time, it was hard to not be included to the degree that that I could have been.
And you spoke earlier about the dangerously irrational behaviours that you engaged with. The Royal Commission is also interested to learn about any protective factors. Was there anything for you when you were going through some of those difficult times that prevented you from perhaps going, deteriorating even further in terms of your mental health?
Yeah, the friends and family support is definitely probably the biggest one. Well, that was my biggest support, was coming from my friends willing to take risks, skipping class and risking their own charges just to visit me. And the family support was just incredible. I mean, they had to help me pick up all these pieces and overcome a lot of challenges that were to lie ahead after all this. If I wasn't going home to that really supportive family environment, I definitely think my outcomes would have been much different.
And then you're medically discharged on the 11th of December 2011, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you recall how you felt about being medically discharged?
Again, it was a bunch of mixed feelings. I was anxious about what to do next. At the time, I didn't know how confident I was to adjust and live with all this pain and stay off all these medications that I'd been struggling with. I knew I wouldn't be able to do the job I wanted to do in the army with my injury, but at the same time, I never wanted to have any kind of hospital experience like that again. So I didn't want to stay in the military. I didn't ever want to be in a position where I would end up like that, being treated like that again.
Had the healthcare system been of a better quality while you were there, would that have changed how you think about whether or not you'd stay?
I don't think I ever would have been in the hospital in the first place with that second admission with all those painkillers if my treatment had been better in the first place.
And do you recall receiving any advice at the time at the time of your discharge regarding a transfer of your healthcare to external providers at all?
No.
And did you end up seeking any help for your mental health after you were discharged?
Not for several years.
Why not?
When I was discharged from the army, a couple officers sat me down, had a serious talk with me, saying that I would really have to, I should really try to avoid an official diagnosis of any mental health from DVA, as it may really affect my ability to go back to work. And because that system is so slow and cumbersome, it's a system that a lot of people go into and don't come back out the other side from. They both had known people that went into that DVA ecosystem with some mental health problems and never came out of it. So for that reason, I thought I would just have to, move on, get another job, put this all in the past, and hopefully the difficulties I was experiencing would begin to settle down once I could move forward.
And was that your experience? And
No,
what was not your experience?
that I would be able to move forward and things would settle down.
Yes, and your experience with DVA, we won't have the time to discuss that in detail, and it's in your statement, but was your experience with DVA positive or a negative experience?
Horrifically negative.
And you discharged in 2011. When did you, or if you have at all, return to the workforce?
DVA did permit me to return to the workforce until 2016.
And was that in an area that you were interested in?
No, they put me into security work, which caused much further problems to my physical condition and return to using these painkillers.
And what year did you end up seeking help for your mental health?
It was, I think, maybe 2013, 2014, around that time. Well, after not being able to work for several years, I'd started to deteriorate mentally quite severely.
And were DVA helping you at that point while you were deteriorating?
Very limited support. I was receiving very limited support.
And did you get the right help in 2013? Psychological help?
No, I was advised quite irresponsibly. I was having lots of substance abuse issues. I was mixing alcohol with my painkillers and MDMA tablets, and it was getting out of control. So we went to a therapist that we thought would be able to help me without getting anything back to DVA. And the therapist just asked me if I ever hurt myself when I take these substances. I said, no, they make me feel good when I take them. And then they said, do you ever hurt other people when you take the substances? And I said, well, no, they make me more sociable. They don't make me, I get on with people better when I take them. And they said, well, you're not actually struggling. You're doing really good. And you should just keep using everything just as you are. And as long as you don't hurt yourself or hurt anyone else, you're not struggling, you're doing well. And we don't need a follow-up appointment.
And what year was it when you, I'll withdraw that, did you go back and get any help after that?
Not for several more years.
So what year was it that you got help?
I didn't get the right help that I needed until 2019.
And can you tell the commissioners what that right help looked like and why it was right for you?
Yeah, so I'd been to several sort of, after that first therapist I had seen, I did eventually get some help through DVA. Everyone they sent me to was not helpful at all. They all kept trying to prescribe me antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds, and I just kept saying, like, these aren't going to fix my problem. I don't want to swap one pill problem for another. What happens when I want to stop taking these meds and all my problems are still there? Do I just keep taking them with ever increasing dosages till I end up back in the hospital? So I kept bouncing in and out of that sort of mental health thing with DVA. Eventually in 2019, a close friend of mine recommended me a therapist who works outside of spent more than $10,000 on that, but it did work, and that was what I needed.
And when you were in the workforce, in your statement, you talk about some of the challenges that you faced about being in the workforce, and you talk about the behaviour and what the behaviour you learnt in the army. Can you just say something about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's one problem I had was I didn't know what a HR department was because there's no HR in the army, so I was just swearing at work like we always do it in the military. Then I got called into HR and I got in a lot of trouble, and had no idea why. It didn't make any sense to me. And, there's all sorts of things like that you just don't really understand, that the military is very, very different to any other workplace. And we're not really, upon our discharge, we're not really told or given anything. I mean, I got given a brochure and a couple of websites to visit on the day of my discharge, and then that was it. It just sent off on my own. So there was a whole lot of things I didn't understand. I didn't really understand what was happening to me mentally. I'm struggling with a lot of different other things. And, all those little things, they do start to stack up and make you feel a bit more alone and isolated. And you feel like people don't understand you, they don't get you, and you feel like you can't reconnect. Like these are barriers to you reconnecting with society, which put up sort of roadblocks to you healing and moving forward.
And you say that the Army reward dangerous behaviour. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, the way your brain works in the Army, like that sort of risk-reward thing, is geared a certain way in the military. You have to take risks. It's a dangerous job. Even the way that they award medals for bravery and things like that, which is good for that purpose. But then once you leave the Army, you can't be viewing the world in that way. You do these risky, dangerous behaviours in the Army, but you've got this incredible, this dysfunctional family support network. Like anyone will help you out. If you drink too much, even if someone that does not like you sees you passed out, they will get you home. When you leave the Army, you don't have that anymore. But your brain is still craving these really risky behaviours. You still go and you chase them, but you're not in the same environment, and the risks are much more. You can do a lot more damage to yourself outside than you really could when you're in there with the support around you constantly.
Did you find yourself doing any dangerous or bizarre behaviours?
Very often.
Can you tell the commissioners one or two of those?
Yeah, a couple of times I had, last thing I remember is having a beer at the pub, and then I would wake up, in another state I passed out alongside my car on the side of the highway with the keys locked inside and no idea how I'd gotten there, where I was going or why I was driving there. That's things like that had happened to me several times. Even just the amount of substances that I was mixing together in all these cocktails of just trying to find some peace of mind, or the amount I was drinking to just black out so I wouldn't have these very real nightmares, things along those lines.
And were you also self-medicating, if I can use that word, for your pain relief?
Yes.
And it took, you talk about how it took a decade to transition from being a military member to a civilian, to civilian career. Do you think that's acceptable, that it takes that long to transition?
No, I don't think it's necessary. I think that can be avoidable with better treatments and supports.
And you've made a number of recommendations from paragraphs 212 to 219, and I'll ask the operator to display those. Would you like to speak to any particular of those recommendations?
Yeah, I mean, they're all pretty self-explanatory. The issue of PTSD, especially if they've got some scientific data saying that we're all getting it from the beginning, we should probably be getting some sort of treatments for it since the beginning. I don't think having PTSD is such a necessarily bad thing. I think the stigma does more damage than the condition itself. Serving members should be informed of different medication options and have some choice over what they're putting into their bodies. They shouldn't just be getting prescribed a whole cocktail of meds, not even told what they are, and then being forced to take them and just march off back to work. I definitely don't think multiple opioids should be prescribed at the same time. And all my repeats, they were with a 1 month supply of each repeat. I definitely don't think you should be giving opioids that are so addictive with such long prescriptions. You should only have maybe 5 days at a time, except in extreme circumstances. There's definitely injuries where it's necessary, but things like mine over such a long time, I don't think that should be allowed. the whole discharge process needs to be much more involved and support given, especially for a medical discharge. You shouldn't even have to put in a claim to DVA. It should just automatically go over. I mean, the Army has all your paperwork. They know you've been injured. You are injured at work. It should just be transferred straight over. You shouldn't have to stop treatments, submit a claim, wait for support. It should just be a seamless process. DVA does need to be regulated by a third party in the same way that workers' compensation does. I mean, if I got injured in another workplace, if my claim wasn't through in 10 days, it would automatically be approved and payment would be supplied. And I've waited several years for payments. And DVA, they don't cover any of the interest on loans you took for these bills. They don't inflation adjust the figures. And you're basically forced to give them an interest-free loan while you're paying the interest on it for several years. So, these are things that they need to really get on top of. Obviously, next of kin should be notified of any major injuries or medical incidents or diagnosis or anything like that. And the last one, more extreme types of training. We had a lot of people with us that are doing engineering degrees and this and that, and they don't need to be doing these 5-day food and sleep deprivation exercises, and they don't need to be doing these other forms of extreme training. So they shouldn't be forced to. They should definitely have the option if they want to, but they've already got a lot on their plate. Like like my degree had 12 contact hours. Some of the other guys had degrees with up to 36 contact hours of classwork plus our military training, and they're doing degrees that aren't going to put them in a combat role. So is it really necessary for them to do all of it to the extent that that a combat role would? The answer is probably no a lot of the time. So it shouldn't be forced on them. And the people that don't want to be there, they really suffer. You can tell they don't want to be there, and they are suffering the whole time.
Thank you. I have one final question. In terms of the culture, including culture of silence, the abuse that you witnessed or may have even experienced, the punitive model that you describe is being used or was being used, I'm not sure if it's still being used there at ADFA now, but was definitely at the time you were there. Do you have any recommendations about the culture at ADFA and in the Army?
That's a complex issue, because it's not something you can just snap your fingers and change a whole culture. But I would say it would have to start at the top, and it would have to trickle down through there. There's definitely more supports that can be given. This whole thing of silence, even my first sergeant that I had came off 5 back-to-back tours, and he was not okay, and he used to come into our rooms at night looking for alcohol and things like that. So, and that sort of then gets leaves an impression on us, and we start thinking things like, well, are we going to end up like this? Or, and he's not seeking any help. So we're learning from this guy, and, we're looking up to these people, because we're like, well, that guy, that guy's who we need to be if we want to be able to do this job. So we're looking and we're observing and we're learning from these people, but we're also picking up their problems at the same time, in a sense, and we're going to start coping with our problems the way we see them coping with theirs. So if nothing's happening there, and we just see him behaving in such ways, and we start to normalize that behavior, and you start to normalize the silence and normalize the self-harm and normalize all these negative things, that's where it's sort of, we need to turn that around big time.
Thank you. Commissioners, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you very much for your evidence. I just had a couple of questions. You said that during the open day, you weren't informed about any of the challenges that you might face. Were there subsequent opportunities or times prior to actually starting at ADFA where the challenges that you could expect were discussed with you?
No, we sort of got exposed to some of the challenges at the beginning of ADFA. They would say, this is going to be difficult, you're going to have problems with this, but nothing before actually arriving there.
So before you signed on the dotted line, there was no discussion?
No.
Okay. And my other question was in relation to what you described as the constant stress and the constant demands, some of them which you, the charges, some of which you described as ridiculous, I think, was the word you used. I guess I found myself sitting here thinking, why would anyone go through that? And one potential answer is that there's some positives that might offset the negatives. So my question is, were there positives for you?
Yeah, I did really enjoy being in the army. We get to do a lot of fun stuff. You get to do things that you would never have in any normal experience of life. You know, and I loved getting out in the field, getting my hands dirty. You know, I don't like being stuck in the office behind the computer. And you do bond with people in a way that you're not going to bond in a normal workplace. So there are definitely those positives, or for me, those were definitely some of the positives. It was very challenging, but I did enjoy the work at the end of the day.
So if there was a young person speaking to you now, what would you say to them if they said they were thinking of joining the Defence
I tell
Force?
everyone that asks me not to join. I tell them it takes a bigger toll than you realise. It takes a bigger toll on you than than it's being portrayed to you. And even if you don't directly start experiencing some severe mental health problems, you're going to be around them. You're going to see them. You're going to see things happen to your friends. And all these things, you know, I only thought this would happen after going to war, but it really starts happening at some level, and quite badly in some circumstances from the very beginning. And I know a lot of people are joining the military because they don't have such a good life so far. Quite a few people are trying to get away from their home environment or go out into something a bit different. And for those people, they might not be going to the right place. It might not be what they need. They might need a bit more of help and support, and they're not going to get that in the way they need in the military.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
I'm not sure if ADFA operated for the Navy when you were there as it does now, but I gather they require their students to spend up to a year in normal naval operations for starting at ADFA. And there's, I gather, a proposal or a possibility that might extend to the Army and the Air Force. From your experience, would that have assisted you if you'd had that exposure to the military life first?
It may have. So when the Navy people join us in our they're called divisions, what we sort of operate in at ADFA, they've already done a year in the Navy before they come to us. And
Yes, I understand.
yeah, and they definitely have a wealth more of experience than us at the beginning. So they've already learned a lot of things that we're still struggling to learn. They know all the ranks of every service. They know all that sort of stuff when we're trying to sort of get to grips with that on top of all the other stuff we're trying to do at the same time. And they did not seem as stressed out when they came to join us. And quite often they're going home on leave while we're going out to do training because they've already done that year in advance. So I can definitely see some advantages to doing things that way.
Thanks.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I do want to thank you for your evidence. Thank you for the thought you've put into your recommendations. We know it's not easy to go through this stuff publicly and to relive the trauma that you have been through. So thank you again. It does mean a great deal to this Royal Commission, and we do need to hear these stories so we can understand some of the things that have gone wrong. Thank you again. Are there any matters arising?
No matters arising, Commissioner. I would also like to thank and his family for coming here today and giving evidence, and for your courage in speaking out today. Thank you very much. And if he could be released from his summons, Commissioner.
Thank you. You're released from your summons to a beer, and thank you again. We'll adjourn to 2:15 p.m.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned to 2:15. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr Singleton.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This afternoon's witness will be Wing Commander Darren Dolan, who's in the witness box already and who is the Commanding Officer of the RAAF's No. 1 Recruit Training Unit. The unit is based at RAF Base Wagga, which hosts other units. Most of the units, including one RTU, come under the command of Group Captain Jeffrey Howard, who is the Senior ADF Officer of the base. Might Wing Commander Dolan be sworn or affirmed, please?
Wing Commander Darren Dolan, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So could you tell the Commission your full name, rank and current posting?
Most definitely, Wing Commander Darren Dolan, currently Commanding Officer, No. 1 Recruit Training Unit, RAF Base Wagga.
Operator, could you please display Commander Dolan's first statement, which is DEF quadruple 9 0041 0163. I'll ask firstly, is that the first page of your statement?
Yes, sir, yeah.
And you've provided two statements to the Commission?
Correct.
Subject to a correction that you want to make, are they both true and correct to the best of your ability?
Correct.
Operator, I'd ask you to take us to page 0167 and over the page to 0168, if it's possible to bring up the whole of paragraph 14. Commander, do you have a correction to make to paragraph 14D?
I do, sir.
What's the correction you would like to make?
So para D, week 3 should read, the organisational psych from Air Force Headquarters delivers lessons on healthy relationships, peer influence and sexual ethics, full stop.
And by psych, do you mean a psychologist?
Psychologist, yes, sir.
When did you assume your current role as Commanding Officer?
Just coming to the end of my 3rd year, so started in December 19, January 20, and now coming to the end of the 3 years.
And when will you cease being the Commanding Officer?
In about 2 weeks, sir. I hand over actually next week to my replacement and then move on to a future posting.
I might just, before we go any further, ask the operator to bring up the tender list for this session, if there is one. Thank you, operator. Commissioners, as is the pattern now familiar, some of these documents are the subject of a claim. Insofar as there is an unresolved claim, we tender them confidentially, and otherwise we tender the documents as open exhibits.
Thank you, Mr Singleton. They will be accepted on that basis.
Thank you,
allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers.
During your RAF career, which began in 1988, how many times have you been posted to one RTU?
I think of the 34 years that I have served in the Air Force, a total over that 34 years I've been a part of the unit at several different times for approximately 15 and a half years.
And was one of the roles Executive Officer and Chief Instructor?
Correct.
And was that in 2015 and through 17?
Correct.
Is the main function of one RTU to provide the very first training that RAAF recruits receive?
It's their first introduction to service life, to train, teach and instil the service values, ethics and the skill sets they'll need to move on to the further training and to set them up for the rest of their service career.
Well, is there any training before they get to you?
None whatsoever, no, other than arriving at Defence Force recruiting and applying to join.
Is number 1 RTU the only unit that delivers this type of training for the...
To enlisted aviators, yes.
other units deliver other training later on in career.
Correct, but
Everybody starts at one RTU, is that right?
enlisted aviators, correct? Yeah, commissioned aviators at Officer Training School.
Yes, you don't deal with officers.
No, sir.
How long does the typical recruits training last?
11 weeks.
Is the basic arrangement that 60 recruits are assigned to a team of 1 sergeant and 4 corporals?
Correct.
15 recruits per corporal?
Yes.
With the sergeant overseeing the lot?
Correct.
Does a group of 15 have the same corporal for the whole 11 weeks, or are the corporals rotated amongst the groups?
Same corporal.
Has consideration ever been given to rotating the corporals?
We have done on a number of occasions through staff training and the like, or absences from those corporals, but maintaining that knowledge of the individual. You get to know the recruits really well, so you can pick up any nuances or any issues and or training problems that they're having.
There are, of course, pluses and minuses with every system and every
Absolutely.
comparison. Would not rotation allow each recruit to have the experience of 2 or 3 corporals rather than just 1?
It could, yes.
And would that, when feedback is obtained from recruits during or after the course, enable them to give feedback on their corporals with a point of comparison rather than with none?
They could, however, they're not wholly and solely allocated to that 15 either, so the corporals are always in pairs. So as much as you explain 1 corporal to 15 students, it's always a course of 30 with 2 course NCOs at any point in time, so they do have that point of reference.
Are the sergeants and corporals known as military skills instructors?
Of that demographic of instructors, yes. Some are airfield defence guards and some are physical training instructors, but primarily military skills instructors.
So just to be clear, that if there's a group of 5, a sergeant and 4 corporals, some but not all would be military skills?
Of that 5, they are MSIs, military skills instructors, sorry.
And in the training, various other people are brought in to deliver particular courses.
Correct.
The chaplain is one.
Yes.
Technical people are others.
Yeah, airfield defence guards, for example, weapon training.
Yes.
Yeah.
But a pair of corporals and the overseeing sergeant see everybody through.
Correct.
Do the military skills instructors deliver most of the training and lessons?
Correct, they do, unless there's a subject matter expert or specialist required to teach the skill set or lesson.
But the overall balance is that the MSIs deliver more than half the course.
Yes.
Once an aviator or a recruit has graduated from the 11-week course, does an aviator ever come back to 1 RTU in his or her career, other than, like you, as a staff member?
Yeah, a significant portion do. So once they've completed their initial entry trade training, so their skill set of whatever job they're going to do, they would then post out to a gaining unit anywhere around Australia. Once they've got the necessary rank, so minimum rank is corporal or a very senior leading aircraftsman, they then apply through an expression of interest to return to 1 RTU to be a military skills instructor.
But apart from the staff, the instructors and the chain of command, including yourself, who are one category, does anybody else ever come back to 1 RTU perhaps as a student?
No.
The only role, 1 RTU
Correct.
has 2 roles. It teaches you, or you come back and teach.
Yes.
And I include you in that latter category for the moment.
Yeah.
Your unit's work must be significantly affected by the work that's done by those who do the recruiting, in that they, by whatever process, present you with a group of people who have to be trained. What problems do you face that might have been mitigated or reduced if the recruiting had been different?
Such as...
Have you noticed any patterns, for example, that if the screening was done a bit better, we just wouldn't have a class of recruits who are not suitable? And so there would be a fix that somebody in the recruiting process could do that would make your job easier, and perhaps be better for those who are not suited?
I suppose from a physical fitness, is that an example that you...
Well, it might be. I mean, hypothetically, you might find that there's just a group of people who, for a particular physical characteristic, just can't get through the course or very rarely can, and the inference is there should be a screening process for that physical characteristic before they get to you.
All recruits are screened, whether that be academically, physically, from a security perspective, and then all of those recruits that are screened in accordance with whatever mustering specific requirements of the job that they're being recruited to, then they will arrive at one RTU. Have I seen a pattern, if that's the...
That's right. So
the only pattern I would have seen is a differing standard from the service headquarters as passed to Defence Force recruiting. There is now a different physical requirement, physical fitness standard that the recruits are required to achieve before arriving.
And to put it bluntly, the standard has been lowered.
I wouldn't say lowered, it's been changed, figuratively from a beep test perspective, 6.5 to 5.1. About 12, 18 months ago that changed.
What effect has that had on the work that your unit has to do?
I have, in response to that standard, changed my physical fitness training regime. So although the number has changed or the entry requirements have changed, the physical training that I do now with those students, I've actually seen a significant increase in graduation rates by changing how I do the PT or the type of PT that we train to. So although the testing figure had gone from 6.5 to 5.1, over the last 3 years I've reduced the attrition rate or failure rate from about 8-9%. We're currently sitting at about 4.5%. So although the physical standards have changed, I've had a greater success rate of graduation since.
And you've been there for 3 years,
Correct.
Give or take about a day.
Yeah.
The change in the, did you call it a beep test?
Correct.
Was 18 months ago?
Just shy of 18 months ago, correct.
Approximately halfway through your time.
Yeah.
The statistical comparison, I think you said 9% to 4% or so. Is that a comparison with 3 years ago or with 18 months ago?
So 3 years ago was on around 9. 2 years ago was the low 6s around there, and this year I'm sitting at 4.5%. So that's over the 3 years. So difficult to identify too, of just pulling that physical training lever to make the change, if that can be finally attributed to just the PT outcome. But from a physical fitness testing perspective, we've seen greater results, although the physical screening had been changed on entry.
Accepting there are often many complicated factors, and what we may be able to deal with right now is a little simplistic. It does appear that you had reformed the physical training program before the beep test changed, and you were already getting improvements. Is that accurate?
Getting the data to do so to the final piece as well. So provided in my statements there, we went through a project of what I called Project Recruit Fit, and then we started assessing them in different ways as well. So not just physical testing, but also cognitive load to see how the mental fitness and agility and or tiredness and fatigue was also being tracked over the 11 weeks. So a significant portion of data, both physically and mentally, we started recording in my first year, analysing and starting to make some changes in the training of the second year, and then the third year now starting to see some of those results.
And 18 months in, there's a change in the recruitment practice. Did that cause any temporary, apparently, reversal in the outcomes?
I'll respond with almost. So as the DFR was starting to change those responses, because I had the data and more fidelity in what the program outcomes were going to look like, before the results started to occur, we could almost presuppose what the data sets were going to result in, and then made the changes before we started seeing anything change.
So correct me if I'm wrong, because I may and often do misinterpret what's happening. Were you told in advance of the first recruits under the new recruitment standard that there was a change coming?
Yes.
And did you put some measures in place to get ready for that?
A bit of
before it
planning,
happened?
bit of planning, and making some critical assumptions on the training outcome of what that was likely to result in. So then redeveloped. It's about cardiovascular fitness. So if the students were being screened or less likely to achieve a result, how can we then, in the same amount of time, increase the cardiovascular fitness of the students, presupposing that they were going to be less fit when they got here, and that was around about the same time.
I'll ask the operator to bring up the commander's statement, first statement again. That is DEF quadruple 90041 0163, and when ready, proceed to page 0165. Commander, your statement's paragraph 8 is, I hope, there, if I've got the numbers right. Do you have a copy of your statement?
I do,
with you? And
yeah.
you're very welcome to use the paper version or refer to the screen as you see fit. At paragraph 8, you set out your responsibilities, including at D, ensuring that training courses are conducted in accordance with approved learning management plans. What's the nature of those documents? For example, do they contain the syllabus, or do they describe how to teach, or both of those things, or something else?
Primarily the content. How I teach, I get some freedom of movement. So as opposed to it just being a PowerPoint lesson, for example, it may be a facilitated discussion or an experiential at an obstacle site or a greenfield site where you can still teach the same points but do it in a different environment. A good example of that was COVID as well, where I could live link into a separate classroom from external observers and the like.
Who writes or approves or authorises these plans?
So under the systems approach to defence learning, the SADL, it's a significantly wordy and large document. There are a number of authorities in that. We're at the lowest authority is myself as the, I'm not going to remember exactly what it is now. I can only teach what I'm allowed to teach or what's in that package. If I have implement authority. So if I notice there are some changes, I have to apply in writing back up through that system to apply to make any changes and the like, unless specifically it says in the LMP where I have the creative licence and ability to teach the subject, but in different ways, as I've previously explained.
And for that purpose, if you wanted to recommend a change to the policy or get permission to depart from the usual way, to whom would you make that application?
Immediate chain of command, which is Officer Commanding Ground Academy, up to my OC through that chain of command, who has a different authority under the saddle to then start revisiting whatever that content may be.
So the commander of the Ground Academy, is that an officer at Wagga Base?
Correct.
Does that person report to the group captain?
Within the saddle, the group captain, who is my direct reports to, then also reports to Commander Air Force Training Group out at RAF Base Lebanon.
We'll probably get a diagram later.
Absolutely.
Let's take the physical fitness plan as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Does it, and I asked this question because a moment ago you were telling us how you changed
Correct.
the approach to training. Did you have to get approval for those changes, or were they within your own authority?
Within my own authority. So, getting a brand new arrived recruit at X standard, or the 5.1 or 6.5 standard, whenever it was at that case, the learning management plan could be, I'll say, not loose, but wide enough from an aperture perspective to say must pass the Air Force physical fitness standard. It doesn't in that case say how to. Whereas if I use another example, for example, the in-service weapon, it's quite specific and explicit and I can't deviate from that plan whatsoever. So some areas within the learning management plan, you get poetic licence, the ability to manoeuvre, weapons being one where you're not. Physical fitness, it does, because the end state is recruit must pass the in-service physical fitness standard. How I go about that, that's then comes down to the subject matter expert I've got within my unit to achieve that.
Thank you. Does the content of the 11-week course change every 12 weeks, or is it fairly steady over time?
Very steady. Let's, for example, say at the end of this Royal Commission, there are recommendations made and there are going to be some changes into the initial military training content. They're the types of significant events nationally that could change and or rearrange any of the content. But unless there's some significant situations like that or changing and emerging issues across Air Force or Defence, the content generally stays the same.
When was the last time the syllabus underwent a major rewrite, if there was one?
There was. So October, November, December, in that 3-month time frame, the Air Force senior leadership team was engaged to the content and, or should I say, the product of the aviators that we were graduating. And some of the content then changed under the guidance of the Air Force senior leadership team back through that saddle process. So Commander Air Force Training Group, OC Ground Academy, and then down to myself.
Now, you mentioned 3 months. Which year?
Last year, sorry.
And before that major rewrite, when was the previous?
Not in my tenure since posting in, so I'd only be guessing to say sometime in the past, but not in my tenure, no.
And the one that was done last year, was that a review of the entire 11-week course?
Yes, yep. So content, the learning management plan, so significant numbering, different, a lot of cosmetics in the LMP, so how it is actually laid out and listed, but the content was endorsed at that stage as well.
Do you have any insights into what research, studies, other expertise were brought to bear in that rewrite?
KPMG that were engaged to do that. Most of it was stakeholder engagement with the senior leadership team to include Air Force strategy and the cultural reforms that the Air Force and Defence Force is going through at the moment.
Was it a rewrite just of the 11-week course that you administer, or a broader rewrite of the training?
Just mine.
And how involved were you in the rewrite?
Significantly. There was a significant period of time where we were engaged with the contractor, pulling it apart, looking at all the different pieces, right down to the lesson plans and packages contained within the LMP as well.
And was your executive officer also the chief instructor involved in the rewrite as well?
No, from where you originally introduced myself as the executive officer and chief instructor, that position's now 2 individuals. So 2 individuals were involved in that review at the time, but not my current executive officer.
So the review being a year ago, approximately, at that time you had 2 relatively senior assistants?
Correct.
One's the executive officer, one was now the chief instructor?
Yes.
When did that change take place?
Posting cycle this year, so the 2 previous incumbents departed December and 2 new posted in January.
When you assumed office as the commanding officer, was there a change of executive officer at the same time?
No, so the same executive officer had been in the unit 12 months prior to myself, and the chief instructor when I posted in had already been there for 3 years as a recruit flight commander, so a subordinate position to that chief instructor. So they remained at the unit when I posted in.
When I asked about what expertise, research, study underpinned the rewrite of the course a year ago, you mentioned KPMG. They're fairly well known for accountancy and management consultant, not so well known for running schools or universities. Was there any academic expertise or teaching expertise brought into it?
One of the lead contractors was a training systems officer, so a reserve ex-army military education officer who had the lead of the project.
And was he then retained by KPMG?
She was.
She
yes.
was, I
Yep.
beg your pardon, and a big hearse.
Yeah.
Now, that particular 11-week syllabus is a whole thing. It has many components, but is it recognised to be a distinct set of materials?
Yes.
Who is the person, committee or other authority who takes responsibility for it?
Under the saddle, who owns it? I would have to say Commander Air Force Training Group, but I wouldn't guarantee that is that position. But there's multiple positions across the saddle.
Feel free, as we go along, it's not a memory test, to take things on notice as required.
Sure.
And just give us the best information you have without.
Yeah, pretty
guessing.
confident to say Commander Air Force Training Group. Yeah.
In the year since, have you developed any thoughts as to mistakes that were made a year ago, or further improvements that could be made in a review in the coming year, perhaps?
So back to that design and shape of one RTU that you explained a little earlier with the sergeant, 4 corporals, 60 recruits. I recruit them every fortnight. So intakes 1, 2 and 3 this year, I ran them as a trial LNP, made a bunch of recommendations, significant portion of which were administrative, but also things like physical fitness standards and the like, made those recommendations under the systems approach to defence learning to OC Grand Academy, my higher up, to endorse and move forward with recommending that the LNP be endorsed. And since intake 4 of this year, 4 of 18 intakes, I've remained with that same LNP.
What's LM or NP?
Learning Management Plan, sorry.
Before you assumed the command of the unit, or before you became the chief instructor in 2015, did you receive any education yourself on how to be a teacher or how to run a school?
There is I don't recall the actual question or the name of the course. There is a senior learning managers course or something like that. So it's a 2-3 week course where you learn the nuances and details of what an LNP is. So that, coupled with my experience at being in the school, and then how to manage an LNP and make those recommendations and changes and what needs to be adhered to. It was a senior training management officers course that I did at that previous rank.
So the STMO course, we're getting used to acronyms.
Yeah.
Was that something you did just before you became the commanding officer?
When I first posted in 15 as the chief instructor. Yeah.
Now, you referred to the fact that you'd been at one RTU several times, as indeed your statement says. If you hadn't had those prior experiences, would you have needed to do even more training than the STMO?
I would say so, yes. To be an instructor, for example, in Air Force, you do need to do a 2-3 week course. My chief instructor this year had never been posted into a training establishment, so the first course he did on arrival was that STMO course.
And that, I think you said, a couple of weeks, was it?
Yes, 2 weeks. Yeah, 2-3 weeks. 2 weeks.
When you took over as commanding officer, what briefings or handover or instructions did you get from your new commander or your predecessor in the current role?
So, like I'm just about to do with my replacement, I have a significant weekly program where I'll hand over all appropriate relevant material. Some are quite significant documents where I legally have to hand over. So, for example, I own a number of weapons and an appropriate armoury for weapon training. So clearly there needs to be 100% stock take and the like to hand that over. And then there are other components or contents of the learning management plan that I think relevant that we would hand over that as well. So that's booked in for 5 days. You know, every 40, 50 minutes have a different instructor and or a different part of the LNP that will break apart, and I'll explain that to the incoming CO.
Will part of the handover be or involve a reflection on the personnel that he or she is going to command?
Absolutely, yep, just from a both physical fitness ability, any type of issues that we're dealing with at the point in time.
When you assumed command, were you told or did you otherwise know of prior deaths by suicide or suicide-related incidents at one RTU?
Yes.
Who gave you that information?
The CO that I handed over from.
Is that, do you anticipate, going to be a part of what you will do
Correct.
for your successor?
Yes.
What role, if any, do you consider that the initial training provided by 1RTU has in setting the culture of the whole RAAF?
Can you rephrase that question again, sorry?
Yes, I'll attempt.
Yeah.
How significant is what you do to the culture of the RAAF? Your people, that is your students, graduate, they go across the country to multiple bases. Eventually, some, no doubt there are particular receiving bases, but eventually they spread out across the entire Air Force, I imagine. How important to the culture of the RAAF is what you do?
Oh, foundational, I think that could be summed up in one word. That's where the attitudes, behaviours, opinions, base training for second, third, fourth order training, crucial.
Can you think of any other factors that are as important or nearly as important or more important than what you're doing, the foundational work you're doing?
Can I think of anything? No, I think it's pretty... It's where the journey starts, and that could be someone similar to myself 34 years later, knowing what had happened when they first joined up.
What processes and arrangements exist, if any, to ensure relevant consistency between what you're doing and what Army and Navy are doing in their equivalent units?
First and foremost, all three school COs do maintain regular contact and have done since my posting tenure. There was a Defence Force Ombudsman review into unacceptable behaviour 3 years ago, and maybe 4 years ago now. Just as I was coming into command, one of the recommendations with that was to do exactly that, maintain open lines of communication between the three recruit school COs because of the like-minded outcomes and the nature of the employment that we do.
How often? You said there was regular contact. How often?
There's nothing official, so there's no agenda minutes and the like. But even leading up to this, as you can, sure you all appreciate the workload and the documentation required to now be prepared and sit here to respond. All three COs engage very regularly to share experiences. One other example, we're with three unique schools in the Australian Defence Force that all do very, very similar training. So when COVID first started up, it was phone a friend type thing to figure out how we were going to maintain training was a good example.
How did you come to be the commanding officer? Did you apply for the job, or were you just told? Or?
Can I talk back to 88? So in 1988, had this grand plan, liked doing what I did, like instilling the appropriate values and attitudes and opinions to students. So set a goal for whenever it may be, and then had the opportunity once I'd attained the rank of 05 or wing commander, applied to PERS branch to be considered for command.
The corporals and sergeants, the military skills instructors, also apply to get those positions?
That they do, through an expression of interest. What factors motivate people? It's a generalisation, I understand, but what are the incentives? What attracts them? First and foremost, the ability to come and impart knowledge and grow the next generation of Air Force, which I do screen all of those military skills instructors as to why they want to be one. There are also financial reasons as well. So because of the rigours of recruit training and after hours work and the environment that they operate in, there's a financial benefit to do that per annum. But equally too, there are also incentives for training the next generation and stepping out of your core trade. On completion of your training, you then have the ability to nominate of what your first preference posting location is out of the recruit training unit. So re-explain that. So if I have come from Adelaide, I've done a 2-3 year tenure as a military skills instructor, and I want to get back to Adelaide, you have some, I'll say guarantee or assurance from our personnel branch that you will get back to that location. So that's a pretty significant outcome for a young family or a young member wanting to get back home to other family support as well.
Do you get a say in who is selected to be an instructor?
I do. So all of the expressions of interest, so a significant 4, 5, 6 page document articulating why a member wants to be a military skills instructor, what's their career plan for doing so. That along with a career management brief, so what they have achieved, honours and awards and previous postings. So that's the second document. The third document is their most recent annual report. So I call it a paperboard. I get all of that in a discrete package. I review all 3 documents of each individual, ensuring there's no disciplinary or administrative issues in their background. Once that administrative screen has been conducted, if I make a recommendation that they do not proceed anymore, PERS branch won't send me that person for the next phase of screening. I then bring them to One Recruit training unit. We do a little bit of hard skill for a day or so how they had their ability to perform, drill, those type of activities. But more importantly, I then use the Padre and an Air Force organisational psych to some role model and scenario base on how they would respond to a question by a recruit. For example, one of my instructors might be 22, 23, yet a 47-year-old father of 3 kids at home, one having difficulties at year 12, comes up in tears saying, "Hey, excuse me, Corporal, I need some time, or I need to carry my mobile phone for an extra couple of hours. My daughter's doing HSC," or whatever the case may be. That's the type of the skill sets that we're really looking for in the military skills instructor. So simply put, yes, I screen the recruits, the instructors before they post.
And what you've just described as part of that screening or recruitment process.
Correct. Yeah.
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the corporals do a 9-week training course to become qualified as instructors?
Correct. So once they've been through the administrative paperboard and I accept them, and then the actual orientation, so the 3-4 days on the ground at the recruit training school, once that's done, they are then attached to One Recruit training unit, and I do a 9-week military skills instructor course. 7 weeks of hard skills, the drill, how to present, how to teach a lesson and the like, and then a bunch of other skills, mental health, first aid, suicide assist, those softer, more passive skills that we need these instructors to be skilled in. And then the final 2 weeks is a weapon instructor course where they learn how to teach ab initio students on how to use a weapon and operate a weapon.
Who teaches the corporals and the sergeants?
My seasoned instructors. So once a military skills instructor has, I'll say, been on the workshop floor for 12 months, 18 months, if they are that really good, that they've got the appropriate skills to be able to train the trainer, I then pull them into my specialist training section and we teach our own military skills instructors and then run through exactly that process.
How much of the job is learnt on the job? How much?
So on graduation from a military skills instructor perspective, as you explained a little earlier, 1 sergeant, 4 corporals, a junior or a first course instructor is always married up with someone that has 3-4 course experience. And of those 4 corporals, I try, where possible, to have a female corporal amongst those 4 corporals as well.
As best one can, in the general, can you give us an indication of how long it is before a corporal, as a military skills instructor, how long it takes to become a fully proficient instructor?
They're fully capable once they've graduated from recruit.
In the formal sense, but people do learn on the job, they get
Correct.
comfortable. When do you find that they've reached, for them, full productivity?
About second course, they'll start to get reasonably comfortable with the product, meaning what we are teaching. But then come around that third course, I'll say reading the human, they've got the ability to be able to pick the individual that's struggling during the group, pick the individual that needs some physical, some extra physical lessons and the like. So around 3 intakes. And
typically, how long does a corporal remain as a military skills instructor?
Minimum tenure is 2 years. Normal tenure, so posting cycle, is 3 years. I'd say about 60 to 70, even more, 75% of those military skills instructors, once they do arrive at one RTU, they'll generally apply for a fourth year to remain. But then after 4 years, it's kind of time to go back to mustering and keep
Correct me
moving
if I'm
forward
wrong.
their career.
Turning to the recruits now, I'm inspired by what you said about having a female corporal if possible. With the recruits, is it the case that there's a fairly consistent number of proportion between men and women, or does that change from 11-week to 11-week course?
It changes. So depending on what the mustering is of the recruits when they arrive. So if I could use two musterings, for example, dental nurse or personal capability specialist, so clerks, they are a larger female population than male. So if the feeder from the recruit course going into the initial trade training course is the clerk course, for example, you would expect of that 60, it could be 70-30 split, 70% that is, more females than male. But if it's then a technical trade or one of those musterings that's more male than female participation, it could swing the other way, whereof it could be 70-30 male, female, male being 70%. So it does ebb and flow depending on what the feeder trade training is going to be.
So is this right? The people that you receive already are destined to a next posting?
Correct.
And they are grouped together in that way?
Correct. So of the 60 recruits through DFR and then scheduling forward, RAF SALT, RAF School of Administrative and Logistics Training, that's responsible for the personal capability specialists. It's so much easier if you say that in acronyms. What will happen is DFR will recruit those 25 capability specialists, knowing that on the completion of my 11 weeks with a slight gap post that, the clerical course will start shortly thereafter. So can I use the word bunches? They'll come through in their bunches of musterings or in their groups of musterings as they go.
Do you allocate the female recruits evenly across the 4 groups or the 2 halves of the 60 course, or do you tend to lump them together?
Spread them across the 2 courses.
If you've got, what's the smallest number of women that you might have in any group of 60?
I've had 2, never down to 1. Was the minimum I've
in
had.
that case, did you put one in one group?
Not in that case, no.
So at what point do you think it's, I take it, you put, in case if you've got 2, you'd put them both in the same group, is that right?
Correct, in the same course.
And if you had only 4,
yeah,
the same?
Try and 2 each, two both courses.
All right. So never alone, but perhaps just two by themselves.
Yeah.
Has consideration been given to the fact that the women might have a better experience in the recruitment training if they were at least a quarter of the group, or the large, I'm not saying put them all together as 100% women in one corps, but perhaps lump them or group them together. Has that been considered and rejected or not considered?
I'd just say no.
Not considered?
No.
Yeah. Is one of the purposes of the training that is provided by your unit to give military skills?
Yes.
Is another to convey the values and ethics of the RAAF?
Yes.
Another is to instil discipline and consistency?
Yes.
To what extent, if any, does the effort to instil discipline and consistency involve causing recruits to part with their individual idiosyncrasies?
Oh, I wouldn't ever say depart. All people arrive with their own family values. We don't say, right, stop being part of your family and disregard your own values, and now here's a new bunch that we need you to start adhering to. It's a joined up conversation of what you've learnt, and here's a new bunch of values. And
at a more trivial level than values,
Yep.
but lifestyle, just methods of conduct, talking back, that kind of thing. Are you trying to get rid of those things? I'm not suggesting values would be gotten rid of, but...
military, I suppose the profession of arms type, insubordination, don't be rude, those type of things. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're trying to put an end, among other things, perhaps to speaking out of turn?
I don't think speaking out of turn, because there's also an opportunity where we say to recruits, I want you to speak up and say something. So time and place, teaching them when that time and place is by any means.
And there's a time and place when you shouldn't be speaking up.
Correct.
So that's speaking out of turn.
Yeah, so...
there's a turn to speak and there's a turn not to speak.
Yeah.
And you try and instill an understanding of when and when not
Correct.
to pipe up. One of the objectives to break down individuality?
I wouldn't say break down individualities. That'd be an inappropriate
Have you
way
heard
of saying
that expression in the last 30 years?
Many years ago, absolutely, but that would not be anywhere near where we would train people like now. Breaking them down to build them back up again? No.
Not the philosophy anymore?
Not at all.
Was it the philosophy back in the 1980s?
When I first joined up,
When
absolutely.
do you think that changed?
I think when Air Force changed and realised what we were doing was not right. And then we've moved forward significantly in the last 25 years plus.
So when was that realisation, and was it quite clear? Did the Chief of Air Force say new approach, or
New Horizon, cultural change, CDF, that was pathways to change. It was clearly articulated that is behaviour of the past and is not condoned by any means. Personally, I saw it many years ago as a young 17, 18, 19-year-old, chose not to agree with some of the performance and behaviours.
to what extent, if any, do you consider that the recruits that you are training feel inhibited to speak up about matters concerning the welfare of their colleagues?
If at any stage, morning, noon and night, they've got in the group of four that they sleep with in the same accommodation, if they've got any concerns for the physical and mental health and welfare of a fellow student, they are to speak up at any point in time.
Is it confined to the four in the unit?
To anyone, and that's my staff as well. If there's any issues that they believe across the entire population, to speak up and let us know about it.
And is that a matter where it's not now's the wrong time? Is that a matter where people are entitled or encouraged to speak up?
Absolutely.
At any time?
Absolutely. So I've got two staff members that reside at the unit 24/7, so the duty staff member, and they may receive a phone call at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning saying, Recruit X has got some concerns about Recruit Y.
What about speaking up on other issues such as safety? Is it the same approach, or is that more only at the right time?
No, same approach. Yeah, whenever.
Do you consider overall that 1RTU has a good safety reporting culture?
Yes.
In this respect, how does 1RTU compare with the rest of the RAAF in your experience?
Based on a couple of reports that we get annually, it's actually better than the annual figures across Air Force. I'm slightly better than what the Air Force are reporting at the moment.
Is it your experience that some people, some of the recruits or even some of the staff at 1RTU are reluctant to speak up on matters of safety or well-being?
I think any individual would always be so, but once they do start to report that, we put those safety measures, when I say safety measures around them, such as giving them some type of welfare support, mental health, legal, administrative support, very comfortable to report.
To what extent, as in what proportion of the people, if any, would not be willing to report a safety matter except in an anonymous survey or some other way where they would not be identified?
So percentage-wise or number of the...
Yeah. Half of them or none of them?
Significantly, yeah. Most would be comfortable to report. Not all would be 75%, 65%.
To the extent that people do use the confidential surveys that are available to them to raise safety issues, do you consider that they would be discouraged if the results of those surveys were made known?
Would there be less confidence in the fact if it was originally identified as being an anonymous...
Yeah, I'm not talking about the individual personal survey sheet,
Right.
but the aggregated data that says 25% said this and 30% said that. would the publication of aggregated data of that nature cause people not to participate or not to raise safety issues?
No, not at all. I think having those facts and figures would be appropriate.
Do all the recruits do the same syllabus in the same order?
Yes, unless you're a recruit that has come through the reserve scheme. So they do a significant portion as opposed to arriving in day 0 and leaving at the end of week 11. There are a small portion, we're only talking 50, 60 recruits per annum that join the reserve workforce, so not a permanent perspective. They do a 3-4 week period back at their home location, come to myself for a 4-week phase, which is primarily weapon training and a field phase where they learn those core field training lessons. Then on graduation of that, they go back out to a parent squadron anywhere across Air Force. And once they've participated for so many days per year for that 2-year period, they're deemed as a qualified aviator at the end of that and receive the final qualifications, the same as what my 11-week recruits would get.
Does that small number of people you just mentioned just slot in with the other 60 in the course, or do they do a separate course as a separate group?
Separate course, but the same content. So separate group of people, but the learning management plan content is still the same.
Most people are going to be part of a cohort of 60.
Yes.
And they all do the same syllabus in the same order.
Correct.
To what extent is the 11-week course physically and mentally demanding and meant to be?
In which blocks of weeks, fortnights and the like, or?
By all means, differentiate them,
Yeah.
if that's more convenient.
So
there are hard bits and easier bits.
The hard bits and the easier bits. Through their reporting, but equally some of that mapping that I've done over the last couple of years, there's some physical load where there's a lot of on-ground marching drill fitness. So you could imagine that would be quite physically demanding. There are then other periods where I map the cognitive load, so how much stress and anxiety the recruits are going through at certain periods. And as you would imagine, weapon training can add that layer of anxiety with the recruits as well. Academic periods where there's some exams coming up, that also increases the stress and anxiety. But then I map that throughout the 11-week program and try to increase and decrease cognitive and physical load if I've got the ability to. For example, the recruits are I'll say confined to barracks for the first 2 weeks. So as now their cognitive load is starting to increase, they just need to get out of that intense environment. That's when I then give them the privileges and ability to go into town, for example, to do some shopping. So if you could map, for example, the cognitive load and stress that I'm now starting to get a bit tired here, that's when I reduce that by giving them day leave or go and do some shopping and things like that.
Is the term in this context confined to barracks?
Yes.
Meaning confined to the building in which they sleep, or confined to the base?
Confined to the base, yeah.
What time of day does typically a recruit start?
My program periods for the first couple of weeks, so kind of up at 5, on the road at 6, up to the mess for breakfast, and they conclude on or around 1700, like any good military member would say, at 5 o'clock. That's 5 days a week. First couple of weeks they do work a Saturday and the Sunday. Second weekend don't work Sundays, so have the ability to then get a morning sleep and a bit of respite. And then as the recruit matures through week 3 and beyond, they don't work any weekends, but primarily it's 6 in the morning to 5 o'clock at night.
So it's a little bit harder in the first 2 weeks?
Correct.
What's the theory between, in effect, what's the theory that supports throwing them in the deep end and then easing off instead of easing them in?
I think it's making that initial transition from civilian to a service member, getting used to that, the organisational pressures that we've got, the routine that they're going to be subjected to or being part of for the foreseeable future. I think the smallest trade training course 3 months. So this is the start of a potential 6-7 month journey for most of the recruits. Some go into trade training that could be 18 months, 24 months long. It gives them the ability to make that transition and normalise what is normal when they first arrive.
Is there any research or other study backing up this approach?
I suppose I'll use one example, if I may. The mobile phone communication is restricted from the recruits in that initial couple of weeks. They get a 30-40 minute period every evening to speak to loved ones, say a quick g'day. I wanted to give them their mobile phones back. This is such a 20 and 17-year-old daughters at home and their entire life's on mobile phone. So I wanted to give them, the recruits, their mobile phone back. Did so, and it was about 3-4 days in, that entire 60 recruits wanted to hand their phones back because they weren't forming as a group of individuals in that first couple of weeks because they were forever at home texting and phoning and keeping in contact with their mates as opposed to bonding with that team. So as for formal analysis, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, and they're two different topics, of
Absolutely,
course.
yeah.
And to put it bluntly, you had the idea of a bit of a liberal approach with the phones. Didn't work, you reversed.
Yes.
But as far as you're aware, there's been no study that supports the up at 5 a.m. approach from the beginning, instead of, say, up at 6 and then 5 later. There's no research behind that.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
How much of the 11 weeks is devoted to physical training? And I'll foreshadow a couple of other questions so you can get the sense. I want to get the proportions. How much is physical training, weapons training, field exercises, drills and marching, and the class-based and online? Are you able to give us a sense, and I'm happy to go through them one at a time to jog your memory, but what's the proportions between those different things?
Each week slightly different with a focus on whatever the major topic is of that week. So as you would imagine, first couple of weeks it's about getting into that process, getting all of your kit squared away, so uniforms and the like. Weapon training sits on or around 2 weeks where we introduce them to the service weapon, and that takes them through to a qualifying shoot at the range. Academic, there's several periods per day, so there may be 2 or 3 periods per day that is purely academic. There is at least one physical fitness session per day, duration 40 to 80 minutes. So it ebbs and flows throughout that 11-week program. Is
weapons training done a little bit right through, or is there quite a lump at some point?
Quite a lump, quite a distinct 2-week period. So you could spread it across 3, 4, 5 weeks, but there may be some skill sets lost along that journey, so we actually get better results having it all close together, culminating in the range practice.
When in the 11 weeks is that 2-week focus on weapons training?
5 to 6.
And do you have little follow-up sessions in weeks 7, 8, 9?
Then there's a requirement prior to employing the weapon that you've got to do a weapon handling test prior to. So then when my recruits go to field in week 9, they would do a weapon handling test to make sure that that skill set that they've learnt hasn't degraded over that amount of time. And the weapon handling test, it deems them current and safe to operate.
Is there any weapon training in the first 4 weeks?
No.
And during the 2 weeks of focus, does physical training continue?
Yes.
What gives way to allow the focus on weapons training?
So total periods, if you were to look at total periods per day, per 5-day week of how many is required for the weapon, there are spare periods between that and, of course, some revision periods. So we still do physical training throughout that period, that time zone as well. Maybe less that fortnight compared to others, but they still do physical activity, because if I don't, they wouldn't get to, over a total 11-week period, they wouldn't get to the Air Force standard if they did not do PT that fortnight.
How much time do the recruits spend in the classroom over an 11-week period?
I'm told my PowerPoint presentations take up about 16% of the overall course, where your average recruit would report the boring PowerPoint presentations. Well, it's only actually 16%, but there are significant periods of in-class learning. Not all PowerPoint. There may be experientials or a lesson in a field environment, or a physical training, might be a PowerPoint lesson on nutrition and good health as well.
So 16% on PowerPoint plus more in other classroom learning?
Correct.
And did you say my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Is that because you wrote them or you delivered
Well,
them?
that's, CO1R2, it's my PowerPoint. So they'll always, in the feedback session, say, your course is like death by PowerPoint, because it's long day, hard, tired, but lots of PowerPoints where it's actually only 16%.
Well, we better move away from that for
Thank
a little
you.
while. We will come back to it. I'll ask the operator to bring up your statement again, which was DEF quadruple 90041 0163. And if we can, we'll go to pages 0166 to 0167, which, knowing I have a typographical error in the script, may be right or may be wrong. We're looking for paragraphs 12 and 14 of your statement. Success, thanks to the operator. So it's probably at paragraph 12, which runs over the 2 pages and has A through D, you give a 4-part overview of the whole course, a 4-part overview of course content. And then at 13 and 14, you address respectively defence culture, values and ethics and unacceptable behaviour. And I shall, for completeness, note in your second statement, you give a couple more pages of detail. But my question is this: what's the structural relationship between the 2 matters in paragraphs 13 and 14 and the 4 modules above? I mean, are the 2 matters at 13 and 14 interwoven into the 4 modules, or are they 2 more modules? How does it work?
It's back to that LMP we were talking about for the learning management plan. So the learning management plan is broken into parts and then sub-parts and then right down to individual lessons and the like. So to answer that, the overview at para 12, so the overall LMP or learning outcome, it says there LO 1.1, for example, that's a learning outcome that would then cover everything in that sub-paragraph. So if you were then to look at paragraph 13, sub A and D, for example, they would be subordinate to LO 1.1.
Yep, so paragraphs 13 and 14, do they give more detail about what is covered by 12?
Correct.
Does 12 cover everything? Or not? So is weapons training a part of the 4 things in 12?
Correct.
And everything else?
Yes.
I'll ask the operator just to focus now on 13 and 14. How important do you think defence, culture, value and ethics is as a subject?
Oh, very important.
Foundational for the culture of
Yes.
the RAAF, one might think. Would you agree?
Yes.
Is it the case that the amount of face-to-face time, teaching time, for unacceptable behaviour is greater than the face-to-face time regarding cultural values and ethics?
That'd be a question for Joint Health Command, because they own that content for that one.
All right. Based on what's written in the statement, you say that, and this is at paragraph 13, there's a face-to-face lesson in week 7 from the chaplain, and the other 4 things are just online courses.
Correct.
Whereas at 14, you list a number of matters which seem to involve a number of face-to-face sessions.
Which are then articulated para A through F on the following page.
Yes. Now, I accept that Joint Health delivers some of this material, but is it your understanding, and if you don't know, just say so, but is it your understanding that, in fact, the unacceptable behaviour components have far more face-to-face teaching than the ethics, culture and defence values?
I don't know I don't really understand your question, I'm sorry.
Well, on this description, almost all of these defence values, culture and ethics is online, and almost all of the unacceptable behaviour is face-to-face. Now, I appreciate the 2 topics are interrelated,
Yeah.
but defence values, culture and ethics is in effect a positive statement of how we want to be. And unacceptable behaviour is about a hopefully rare set of aberrations and how we're going to manage them. So they're different things, although related.
They are, but they're underpinning. I think I read somewhere else in my statement as well. You know, they're underpinning values and topics that are right throughout the entire training package as well. So, for example, if you're doing a block inspection and the uniforms all tickety-boo and squared away, we are then talking about, you know, adherence to values, rules, values-based organisation where you are trying to do the right thing by everything. So they're the actual subjects, but then there's the underpinning knowledge and understanding that is throughout all of the training packages as well.
All right. So far as you're aware, where paragraph 13 does speak of online courses, is that a person sitting in front of a computer reading and perhaps interacting with the computer?
Correct.
It's a solitary exercise.
Yes.
Have you and your team given consideration to whether or not suicide awareness might better be done not as a solitary exercise but as a group face-to-face teaching exercise?
It is also covered by other lessons. Yes.
It has been. The answer is yes, it's been considered, and I think you might have been going to say it's also done that way in other places.
It is in other lessons, correct, yeah. So, for example, 17 Bravo, Keep Your Mates Safe Training and Battle Smart Education is along the similar topics as well.
Paragraph 17.
17 Bravo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's face-to-face?
Yes.
All right. So that's two things we've got. We've got the online course mentioned at 13. We've got face-to-face training. It's not explicitly said to be suicide awareness, but you say it includes suicide awareness?
Yes.
What other suicide awareness training is a part of the 11-week course?
So 14D, week 3, org psych, that we made that amendment at the start of this afternoon session there. On healthy relationships, peers, influence and sexual ethics, also talks about those type of topics with the org psych. And the joint health there's other Keep Your Mates Safe components as well, delivered by Joint Health, all around that same subject.
All right, I'll just ask you to have a look at 14C, which is on page 0168. What does SLO 1.1.6 mean?
So there's, back into the LMP, there's the learning management plan was the document itself. There's a learning outcome, which is those 4 major issues that we spoke about, and then each LO is broken into a supporting learning outcome. So that learning outcome being subordinate or supporting a higher learning outcome. So SLO 1.1.6 would then sit under LO 1.1 and support that, demonstrate strong sense of Air Force identity.
Is this course, that's SLO 1.1.6, a component of a lecture by the flight commander using a PowerPoint presentation?
Correct. And then is part of 12AI, modules providing training and education in customs traditions, military ethics and so on, defence values.
How long does the flight commander's session last, do you know?
Some 40 minutes, some 80 minutes.
So there's more than one, is it?
That one's a 40-minute lesson.
Right. Do the recruits get given a copy of the PowerPoint or any other written material to take home to their barracks?
The recruit précis, so pretty much every lesson has got some form of written word that they've got the ability to review pre-lesson and post-lesson. Not a booklet per se, it's all online on an iPad. Each recruit gets one.
I'm going to focus a little bit on unacceptable behaviour training now. Some things obviously amount to decent people, at least, as unacceptable behaviour, and may well be covered explicitly in the unacceptable behaviour course. But would you agree that it is important to address examples that are closer to the boundary of acceptability to help recruits discern that boundary
Correct.
between unacceptable behaviour and what, to give one example, some might think just a joke or just a prank?
Yeah.
Are you able to give some examples of some borderline examples that are used in the training to illustrate where the boundary is?
A bunch actually. Initially, when the recruits arrive, I give them my defined terms of what I believe is unacceptable, and we need to be cognizant of the fact that, as you have clearly said, what the recruit prior to enlistment thought or believed or perceived was unacceptable or not is now not condoned in how defence terms unacceptable behaviour. So the young female recruit might think it's okay to walk past the meal line and tap the young male recruit on the bum. Well, time out, we don't see that as appropriate. So that's making that transition from civilian to service member so they learn what is unacceptable behaviour, and we have those lessons to teach them what our standards are.
I wonder whether that really is a borderline example, but let me move to some other. I'm not suggesting you would necessarily have these examples, but to get a flavour of it, what about putting a rubber snake in someone's bed or under a pillow, or a whoopee cushion on their chair? That's not so clearly inappropriate as touching someone on the backside, I would suggest.
But someone still may take offence to it, and I have to deal with that appropriately.
No doubt the example you gave should be given. And there are worse conduct which also should be expressly disapproved. What I'm trying to focus on the ones that are really in greater doubt. What about the snake in the bed or the whoopee cushion? Where would that fall?
Well, it depends on what the complainant wants as an outcome. The complainant might just be simply seeking to report the fact and that I'm uncomfortable with that. Can you please let the respondent know that I'm uncomfortable? So it needs to be also measured with what the complainant wants as an outcome as well. So
Well, let's go back to the patting of the bum in the mess hall.
yeah,
That doesn't depend on what the complainant wants, does
to
it?
a threshold, but then when it fits the defined terms and or the organisation, irrespective of what the complainant is saying is incorrect, is inappropriate, well then we educate and advise as well. So
I think correct me if I'm wrong, I recall or construed you as saying the pat on the bum is an example you give.
correct,
And you communicate that that's not acceptable.
correct.
The snake in the bed, you don't give, I imagine.
No,
But that example led you to come up with an individualistic approach, which was the complainant didn't like it, therefore we'll correct it on this occasion. But are there examples which you give, not you personally, but your instructors give in the course of training to try and teach where that boundary is? It's a very difficult exercise and it will depend on context and other things.
absolutely.
But there may be, let me rephrase it, how do you try and communicate when a joke is acceptable and when it's not?
Have that conversation. Sometimes it's not as simple as what is inappropriate and not inappropriate on a PowerPoint slide. Perhaps you have that conversation and say, well, exactly, you're trying to elicit an answer here. I try and do the same thing with a student as well. What do you believe is inappropriate? What is or isn't inappropriate may be in the eyes of the beholder as well. Like I'm saying, the complainant and respondent may see it slightly differently. You've just joined up in Air Force, you don't know what our standards are either, so we need to educate them to what that is.
Right, so you have that discussion. The students have competing views on the matter. Does the corporal know what the RAAF answer is?
They've all learnt from that instruction of exactly what it is, what is deemed as appropriate and what is deemed as inappropriate.
So can you give us an example of something that the students might legitimately enough disagree on as to whether it's unacceptable behaviour?
I couldn't give you an example.
Sorry?
Not
Not at the top of it.
No. I don't really quite understand what you're asking, to be really honest with you, because I could articulate what I think is an inappropriate standard, but you may not see that as inappropriate. So that's the conversation that you have to have with the complainant and the respondent.
Well, no, but I'm not talking about a complaint situation. I'm talking about the educational environment.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lecture room or a teaching, face-to-face teaching. Nobody's made a complaint.
Mm-hmm.
It's all very well for the corporal instructor or the chaplain, whoever's giving the talk, to say sexual assault is just unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We don't have to have that discussion. You all know it,
Yeah.
and if you don't know it, you know it now.
Yeah.
And then there'll be other less serious things, down to touching on the backside in the mess hall.
Mm-hmm.
That's unacceptable in the RAAF. But there comes a point where the recruits, where it's more difficult. Frankly, those examples are pretty clear. And you've mentioned them, appropriately so. Are there difficult examples where you can tell us, this is a difficult example, but this is where the RAAF stands on that issue?
I think it still comes down to a conversation that you have to have with the team there and then.
All right.
Yeah.
Are there any principles that you can tell us that are taught to the recruits to enable them to assess individual examples and facts?
Probably talking about the PowerPoint slide, that the lesson that we actually teach to the recruits. So
Yeah, what are the main principles that you hope the recruits learn?
I respect everyone's privacy, their individual needs and wants. Everyone has a different threshold, excuse me, but treat everyone equally.
What about a principle like this? A joke or a prank is allowed, provided the intention is not mean or hostile.
No.
What's wrong with that message?
Well, you don't know how the individual's going to respond to that joke, so just don't do them, because it could cross the boundaries or whatever level is inappropriate.
Is something said to the recruits about jokes or pranks?
Oh, I'd have to go back to the lesson to see what it is, yeah.
Here's, I think, a different one. Think about this, a potential principle. Think about the proposed joke from the perspective of the person to whom it is directed.
Mm-hmm.
Would there be, or can you recall if there's a principle along those lines?
A principle in that, what, a rule or a comment?
Yeah,
or
if you're trying to work out whether some conduct would be acceptable or unacceptable, the principle is think of it from the point of view of the person on the receiving end.
That's exactly it. I think you've just said the principle.
But is that the principle you tell the recruits?
I'd have to look at the lesson.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I might just get the operator to bring up got a small question now, not to do with unacceptable behaviour. I think we're still on page 0168. Maybe a little later. We want to go to paragraph 17 of your statement. Yes, paragraphs, and look at C. Why is it necessary to contract first aid training? Do the corporals not have that kind of skill?
They do, but also provided by a contractor. So the medical staff that we have at Joint Health would probably be in a better position to answer this. But the training, the employment of our medics within service, they're primarily focused on patient care and the like, not training other Air Force members. So we contract that out, so they also get a civilian accreditation to a certificate standard for that first aid training as well. But equally, if I've got 60 students on course, to have 60 first aiders ready to respond if there's any such event, from a risk management safety perspective, that's a good thing to have as well, especially after hours.
So as part of the answer, that 60 is just too many for 4 corporals and a sergeant to teach first aid properly?
Well, they don't have the skill sets because
They don't.
a specific skill set to be a first aid trainer. They don't have that.
Right.
One or two of my airfield defence guards have the skill sets, but not the military skills instructors.
Speaking from your general military Air Force experience, would somebody, an aviator who is now classified MEC 3 or even MEC 4, be able to deliver that training if skilled in first aid?
First aid training?
Yeah.
I don't think MEC 3 or 4 is relevant to whether they can do first aid training or not.
So it's a role that they could perform with some injury that may not be
I would believe so, yeah. Unless there's any physical restrictions that they can't do CPR or something.
Yes, I mean, there'll be some who couldn't for physical reasons, but some who could.
Yep.
Operator, if we could display a new document. DEF 1090.001.0042. And if you could just scroll slowly through the first 3 pages, and we'll pause at 0043. You can see, Commander, this is apparently a PowerPoint presentation on ADF equity, diversity and inclusivity. If we go to page 43, which is now on the screen, we firstly can ask you whether this document has some relationship with SLO 1.1.6 or...
So we're now one layer down, if I may explain. So learning management plan, learning outcome, subordinate learning outcome, and eventually how we assess the criteria is, as it says there, AC is assessment criteria. So that's 1.6. So all of those figures are subordinate to the LO numbers. Does that make sense?
I understand that. But the LO numbers were...
So
1.1 to 1.4. This implies a module 1.6. Is there a 1.6?
Sorry. Yes, it does.
Does LO mean learning outcome?
Yes.
So at paragraph 12 of your statement,
Yeah,
we've
I'm
got...
just looking back through that now. I'd have to take that off on notice to pull it apart further.
No doubt it fits in somewhere.
It does, yeah,
Sort
absolutely.
that out.
Yeah, within the LMP, correct.
Do you know whether this document that's on screen was prepared within one RTU or
Yes.
else it was?
Yep.
What expertise or qualifications or research underpins the content of this document?
To be from a higher headquarters, ADF Equity and Diversity, so through the Complaints and Resolution Manual, through a SEMPRO office and a number of other resources as well.
So,
So where there's on page 4, I think it is, defence instructions, and then it goes through the authority for what that content is in this lesson.
that's the references page
Correct.
that you're looking at?
Yeah.
So that's a bit like a bibliography, is it not? The sources of the information
Yes.
are those?
Yes.
But are you the responsible officer for the content of this document?
No, the Complaints and Alternate Resolutions Manual would be, and then the content of this has been drawn out by those instructors
A manual
qualified to
can't
do
take
so.
responsibility.
No, it can't.
An officer takes, or a committee.
Yeah.
Who takes responsibility for this document? If
So the content manager would be Commander AFTG.
that's someone above you?
Yeah.
No disrespect.
Yeah,
intended.
absolutely.
So, but it's prepared in one RTU. Do you then send it up for approval?
To comply with that requirement, correct.
You actually submit it.
Yes.
They sign off figuratively or otherwise.
So I said a little earlier in the session where the LMP is endorsed.
Yes.
So when I say the LMP, that is all of that content as well, including these lesson plans and the like.
All right. Well, I'll ask the operator just to go back up one page, just to refresh your memory. This is 0042. The title is ADF Equity, Diversity and Inclusivity. And if we then scroll 2 pages down, and I apologise to the operator, but to 0044, we can see that there are 6 key teaching points. Do you agree that KTP 1, unacceptable behaviour, is about a related and relevant topic to equity, diversity, inclusivity, but it is nonetheless a topic that's distinct from equity, diversity and inclusivity?
Yes.
And do you agree that support for equity, diversity and inclusivity should be built up as an independent, positive, universal feature of ADF culture?
Could be.
Could be or should be?
So my opinion?
Yeah, your opinion.
Yep.
On the other hand, would you agree that unacceptable behaviour is essentially about aberrant behaviour that should be minimised and managed?
Yes.
Do you agree that promoting equity, diversity and inclusivity should be promoted not merely as an aspect of unacceptable behaviour, but as a standalone principle of value?
It could be.
Could be. Should it be, in your opinion?
Yes.
Just looking at this, the key teaching points, 2, 3, 4 and 6 are essentially about the management of problems, are they not?
Yes.
And not directly about the principles of inclusivity, diversity and equity. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
I'll just ask the operator to scroll slowly down so we can just see some of the features of this document. You've got a written copy, but one for, at 0046, for example, is the beginning of the discussion of KTP1, which is an 8-page section. And as we scroll down, we get to, we see a bit about Sempro, sexual misconduct, and then at 0053 and 00554, and I'll ask the operator to pause when she gets there, we see that the message, well, we see a break is taken. The break is at just before this, I think. But after the break, on these 2 pages now displayed, the message is that management, correction and direction are not bullying and harassment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the second dot point is tough training. Is that a reference to something legitimate or illegitimate?
Legitimate.
The page, the first of them, sorry, the second on the screen is headed ADF versus civilian job. Does the training make the point that some aspects of ADF management are acceptable even though they might not be in a civilian job?
What it's suggesting is that the very nature of the profession of arms and the training that we do is tough training.
Yes. Now, training, including carrying heavy things, waking up at 5 in the morning, is a part of the job. But in terms of the way people are managed, is there a difference where ADF managers may be tougher than civilian managers?
I don't think it mentions managing at all.
I'm sorry?
This
is not about how people are treated in a personnel sense?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, that's right. We're here to get an understanding. So this is the distinction drawn here is about the substance of the job, not the approach to treating people. Would that be a fair?
Yes.
All right. If we can scroll down a little further, as we go, we'll see that KTP2 is the subject of one page, KTP3 is the subject of another page, and KTP4 gets a page and a bit. And then I'll ask the operator to pause at 0059. This is the section on ADF, equity, diversity and inclusion principles, which you'll recall is really the topic of the whole presentation. And we get 3 pages. There's the first. I'll ask the first one, perhaps we'll just look at that. Do you agree that this first one is an introductory statement that states pride in an honourable history of service? a recognition or an acknowledgement of some past failings in a broad way.
Yes.
And stated intention to improve. That's the substance of that page.
Yes.
Would you, fair summary? If we go to the next, well, firstly, it doesn't identify any equity, diversity or inclusivity principles on this page.
No.
The next page is a rather neat depiction, with one qualification, of equity versus equality. The qualification being it's baseball, not cricket.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll put that to one side. So we do have what some people might well say is quite a good explanation of that important quality, equity. I'll then ask for the next page to come up. There's a list of topics on the next page, 8 factors that contribute to diversity or are a part of a description of a good, diverse workplace. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
Do you see any principles of inclusivity here?
They all are, aren't they?
Well, what I would suggest is that that's just a list of diversities, and that there's no principle stated here. What is the principle
Yes.
stated?
Agree.
And I suggest, in fact, no principle of inclusivity is contained in the entire PowerPoint presentation. Do you agree?
Agree.
Now, I'll just go down, because if we could go to page 0067, because there's something in the nature of a principle there, I believe. Aviators respond to diversity with respect. So that's a principle that I think we could fairly say that's a principle referable to diversity. And AC, which is an
Assessment criteria.
1.6.2, adhere to equity, diversity and inclusivity principles. In the course of the lesson, let's put the document to one side, or in the course of the 11 weeks, can you give us some indication of what are the principles that are actually taught?
It's
Respect for diversity, and let's say respect for inclusivity is one of them.
It's
Are there others?
display adherence to those key points that we've mentioned throughout the entire course. So it's not a black and white must pass 70%, for example, but forever display those appropriate skill sets.
That's the pass mark, if you like. But what are the principles that you think are most important and that are conveyed to the recruits in respect of inclusivity?
Was the content of what that lesson just also articulated, isn't it?
So that you would consider that's a fair summary of what they learn? All right, we might go to another document.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Please, yes.
I don't really understand the question of what you're trying to ask here.
All right, well,
So,
I was attempting to get at a better understanding of what
Right.
the principles are.
right, so,
So
the
we
the
know
symbol-
how
so,
they...
so are the principles there?
Yeah.
Is that the question?
I think, yes, I'm suggesting to you there's very little of articulation of the principles.
So, right, okay.
One of them was respect for diversity. I accept that's a principle.
Yeah.
And that's probably the most prominent example of a principle. Are there any other principles that get taught in the 11 weeks?
This is probably one of 600 PowerPoints across
Yep.
the entire, so don't know, unsure, but if we would need to pick apart every principle in every PowerPoint, I'd need to take all of that on notice because that's a big
Right.
question. So I'm either missing what you're trying to ask me here, or are the principles here in this PowerPoint one sheet that we're looking at the moment? I don't think they are, if that's the
What would
question.
be your top 3 principles referable to diversity and inclusivity?
Before we get on to that,
Yeah,
can I just ask about the questioning? Surely if you have that list of diverse characteristics coupled with a heading saying inclusivity, doesn't one infer that one does not discriminate on the basis of those sets of diverse characteristics, but includes them within the group?
I do accept that analysis. The proposition on that point should not really be left to
I'm just
implication.
challenging whether or not there is a lack of statement of principle, which seems to be lying at the heart of this series of questions.
Yes, well, but perhaps I'll rephrase or just have, I've only got one more question.
Okay.
And let's see how we go. What would be your 3 most important principles that you try to teach, you and your team try to teach recruits about inclusivity, diversity and equity?
I think the 3 words say exactly that, be inclusive of all people's needs, backgrounds, wants, desires. Just consider, isn't that a good neighbourly approach? That look after each other's wants and needs. I think does that summarise it?
Well, it's your summary, and
that's right.
That's the answer, and certainly that it responds to the question. Mm-hmm. So perhaps we could go to another document. Operator, could you bring up DEF 1090 0004 0495? This is a PowerPoint on healthy relationships and sexual ethics, I anticipate. And I'll ask the operator to go to perhaps the second page, just to see if we get, I have indeed called it correctly. There it is. And could we now go to page 0506? Which is a fairly simple, there's a break in, so the students apparently take a break in the middle of the presentation. And if we then scroll down to the next page, there seems to be an extract from an advertisement, and that's implied by the next page, 0508, which refers to an advertisement. Could you just tell us in that context? So there's a break, this is straight after the break, looks like an advertisement is shown, and this appears, inadvertent contributions. Could you tell us what that means, what inadvertent contributions are?
I'd have to get the lesson notes specifically for what this learning point is.
All right.
Yeah.
The next page will go to, if we can, 0509. There's a continuum of harm diagram. Are you aware of what teaching accompanies this diagram?
Not the actual notes again.
It'll be quicker for me to just keep going rather than try and work out whether it's fair. Mm-hmm. We'll go to the next page, 0510. There's a discussion of bystander issues. It's a very stark example of something that a bystander might see. And I think there's a point made later in the presentation that sometimes very stark things do not attract intervention from bystanders, and it's no doubt an important lesson. But are there more subtle examples that are conveyed to try and teach recruits when they should intervene when it's not so clear?
Yeah, it could be something as bad language as way of example. That may be appropriate to talk to the course NCO that I believe it is inappropriate. If you don't take action or don't say something about it, then the next time something might be more than just bad language. It could be bad language and a push and so on. But again, I think they're pretty confident to say that this lesson has a bunch of scenarios attached to it in the lesson notes as well. So again, I would have to get apart what some of those other scenarios would be.
Just to clarify that, your understanding is that this would be displayed to the students.
Correct.
But the instructor will have more detailed notes.
To then try and elicit some conversation around that as opposed to just sit, listen, watch PowerPoint. This would then spark up that type of conversation.
All right. I'll invite the operator to take us back to page 0498. When we get there, Commander, we'll see that it's the scope of this lesson. It's a bit like a table of contents for this PowerPoint. And if one were to go through the whole document, this scope does reflect to a large extent what follows. There's a page on history. There's one page on history, one page on abusive behaviours, one page that defines sexual misconduct, 2 pages on consent, one of them being a picture, and 13 pages on bystander issues. But there isn't one that's explicitly labelled sexual ethics, which is the topic of the course. Can you assist us with what's taught about sexual ethics?
It's covered in my question set not just this course, but 13 Charlie, Sempro General Awareness, that's sexual ethics.
Is this your second statement?
01, sorry.
So are you referring to your statement?
Yes,
Which one?
001, sorry.
The first statement, is
Yes.
that what you meant? And what page?
13 Charlie, Sempro General Awareness, that touches on sexual ethics.
Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry.
Was that the question?
Well, my question was, what are the sexual ethics that are taught? For example, are people told something like, you can ask a person out once but accept no for an answer, or maybe it's twice and then you've got to accept no for an answer. Is there anything specific like that that gets taught?
I think we're getting down into the detail of these exact lessons. By sheer nature and volume of them, I don't have the answer to give you direct answers to that. So if I had to find out every subject, every time the word sexual is used in any of the lesson plans, I could come up with 25 lessons. So I think the question you're asking is, it's a significant volume that I'm not prepared for sitting here right now to respond to.
Are you in a position to tell us two or three of the most important sexual ethical principles that should be taught?
Well, that is in that lesson, is it not?
In the one on
In
screen?
the PowerPoint, yeah.
Well, you've got a paper version. Which page?
It says there, defence framework of sexual misconduct, sexual assault, sexual harassment, pornography, acts of...
Do you see the little numbers in the top right-hand corner?
Sorry, ending 0502.
Thank you. So that's with respect to... Well, let me just ask a question which I was going to come to. What are territory offences?
That's territory offences, section 61 within the Defence Force Discipline Act, bringing those that aren't contained within the DFDA. So, trying to pretend to be a lawyer here now. Section 15 to 60 of the Defence Force Discipline Act, low flying, insubordinate behaviour, and then section 61 is the ability for the Defence Force Discipline Act to bring in civilian manslaughter, murder, rape. That's what that is, territory offences.
All right, so it's
Unless I'm
illegal.
corrected
It's
otherwise.
illegal. This is a reference to a legal matter, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, well, let's just look at the sexual misconduct includes. I mean, that is a definition of sexual misconduct, but I'd suggest to you it's not a principle. The principle, no doubt, is implied, don't do any of these things. Is that one of the principles that's taught?
We're back to that principles question. If this is what the Sempro authority tells me to teach in this lesson, we teach that.
Yep.
So if you're after the principles of what Sempro wants me to teach from a sexual ethics, that's a question that would need to go to Sempro. And I think, dare I say it, that last line of the question was the same about the principles, noting the content of a significant portion of what I deliver, I'm given to deliver. So if it's a question of this content as well, that would need to go to Sempro, unless I'm confused on the question.
No, if Sempro is the author, and we can always check that,
Yeah.
then Sempro may be the better source. And does Sempro deliver this particular package?
No, they don't.
All right. We'll go back to your statement then and try and move through some other material.
Correction, sorry, I'll take that back. They do. That's the org psych.
The
organisation psychologist that we made the amendment to at the start.
Yes, thank you. So if we go back to your statement, DEF quadruple 900410163, and we'll go to page 0169 and paragraph 19. It's a simple enough question. 19, to remind you, says there are no group punishments. Were there group punishments in the past?
Not in my tenure, no. I recall from quite some years any type of punishment needed to be authorised as an outcome by the Defence Force Discipline Act, such as restriction of privileges and extra duties. Any type of continuation training to correct the military skills, such as ironing or that type, it needed to be authorised by the chain of command, documented on a register, and an instructor therefore reteach to reassess, but not group punishments, not for many, many years that I recall of.
And prior to 1988, as far as you're aware?
Oh, yeah.
So never in your career?
No.
All right, just going to paragraph 22, you refer to the level of recruit privileges. Sorry if this is either too blunt or not right, but is this effectively a system of brownie points that are earned through meritorious conduct?
Skill sets, yeah, absolutely. So ironing, marching, achieving the appropriate results on anything that we've instructed and so on. And then as they, 3 levels of privileges, once they attain a certain level, so have all been to range and all passed their weapon handling test and achieved the great results, well then they'll receive an extra set of privileges where that may be now full day leave for 2 days and the like.
Apart from achieving skill levels, is good behaviour a way of getting privileges?
It's good behaviour and performance, either. That at any stage they're performing well, but then you see some poor behaviour, they could also lose privileges if that was the case as well. So good and bad.
Is it a point system?
Not documented point system per se, but definitely through a board of studies where the chain of command would then look at that overall performance of both individuals and groups to how that they would be passed through this process.
Are there set levels of privilege?
There are 3 levels.
And the board of studies
is chaired by the chief instructor with recruit flight commanders and appropriate staff to ensure that they're meeting those levels or requirements for that level of training that they're at.
How often does it meet?
Board of studies once a week.
And part of its agenda is to set the recruits' level of privileges.
Correct, and then also those individuals that are struggling to achieve the standards. So just because they're they may not be reaching the appropriate standards, but there could be other underlying issues as to why they're not meeting those standards as well, which we would then take out of the board of studies. And if they're now physically injured and the like, then I would take their progress out of the board of studies into what I call a medical management meeting or an overall unit welfare board.
And does the board of studies receive its information from the corporals?
Yes, correct.
And is that just an oral presentation or a written report?
Both. So there's a database that records each recruit's performance, how the course is performing, and then those recruits that are not performing are discussed at that board of studies for then a decision and a determination to figure out what we're going to do next with that individual.
In terms of earning privileges through skills achievements, there's a degree of judgment, but also a degree of objectivity in that you do or don't have the skill in someone's opinion.
Yeah.
But with good behaviour, how is that assessed? And is it really by the corporals just having an overall impression of their behaviour during the week?
So that and when we record any form of conversation, so the recruit may have, I think you said a little bit earlier, been a bit cheeky and responded back, or if that's then documented to say, that's below the standard. If a recruit starts to form a pattern of behaviour where there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no directed actual number, but once there's a couple of documents or a couple of incidents that suggest that the member is not performing or falling below that standard, I then have a warning system in writing where we would increase from rank level. So if the course corporal sees them not performing to the standard, they may then go on a sergeant warning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 events later, depending on the type of nature that they are. They might go on a sergeant's warning and then a flight commander's warning and so on, and that's also assessed at that board at that stage.
Is there any science or research or study that supports the practice of making unsupervised off-base leave dependent on the level of privileges?
The only thing I can... no, don't know. No.
if there's something you can think of that might be a lead for our inquiries, feel free to
No,
tell us.
well, the only thing I would suggest is if you map stress levels and fatigue and tiredness, if once a member's been on base for a significant period, by letting them off base to go shopping, get some groceries, toiletries, go and grab a McDonald's burger, you might see their stress levels considerably decrease, so they're fresh and ready to go on with another week's worth of training.
Yes, in a sense, perhaps the question would have been better framed in the opposite way. Is there any science behind not letting people leave just because they haven't got privileges?
My Lumen app would be a good little bit of science to be able to track how they are trending from a good or not so good perspective. That way we've got some data to map where they probably need that break.
Yes, but that's data.
No, there is no science behind it.
Yeah. Let me go to that Lumen app. Let's explain it to the commissioners.
Yeah.
It's an app on one of those tablets, is that right?
Both on, so every recruit gets a tablet. What the Lumen app is daily, because of the demographic of students that I've got, they're quite young, and it's all about phones and the like. This application is quite simple. How are you feeling today? And it's a smiley or a not so smiley face that's monitored by staff members, but it also has a really not feeling too good button, dare I say that. That's monitored by staff, so that gives the staff member the ability to have a quick look at the dashboard to see how all of the 60 recruits are travelling. But equally then from an organisational perspective, if of those 60, I've got 40 not so smiley faces, 1 through 5, and they're all kind of a little bit frowny, I know then from a whole of course approach, there's some pressures around that period of time. The whole course is feeling stressed, and for what reason? For example, weapon training, you would imagine anyone going out on a live firing range, it would be a little bit uncomfortable. So the recruits do get quite stressed around that period. So that means my application's working because they are all stressing out because they're all going, so there's a positive, negative in that as well. So quite a useful device.
Is it the case that the device can be used during the day to communicate to an instructor?
Yes, it is. So if at any stage they push the button where they need to talk immediately, there'll be notification to one of those 4 instructors and all the staff that is monitoring that as well, that aircraftsman recruit X needs to speak to someone shortly. But equally too, they don't just rely on that. They know that if they've got to talk to a staff instructor, they can
It's one,
talk.
I
Correct.
take it.
One of a number of strategies, correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, what happens when they push this button in the middle of a course
Yeah.
or an exercise?
So to give the staff the ability to pull them aside and say, what's going on? What do you need to talk about? And start questioning as to why they pushed the button.
Now, all the recruits, no doubt, are trained in Lumen.
Yes.
And so when that happens, someone's pulled aside and asked how they're going, is there a reasonable chance that the other recruits all know that that person's just pushed the button?
It'd be done discreetly. If based on the circumstances, just give the ability to the recruit to come forward, either in a break or at least acknowledge the fact that they've acknowledged that they need to talk to someone.
In your statement at paragraph 23, which is on page 0169, you refer to course orderlies.
Yes.
Are these recruits, two of the group of 30?
Correct. So a participant on that course as well recruits.
And is the role passed around so everyone gets a turn?
It is.
And is it everyone or just a lot of them?
A significant number of them, but 60 people across that amount of time, 11 weeks, it's difficult to give everyone the opportunity.
And could I ask you to look particularly at 23C, which is on page 0170. This is a part of a list of the roles of the course orderlies. One of them is to ensure course adherence to all protocol requirements. How do they do that? Are they actually giving orders at the time, like salute now?
Correct. So if they're marching in a formed body of people, so 30 recruits, as you would traditionally expect someone formed up marching, they are responsible to be external to that and pay compliments to the senior enlisted or senior officer and salute on behalf of the course if need be.
And can you explain to us the implication of paragraph 23E? Now, in fairness, it should be pointed out that that's a quote, effectively, from Chapter 10 of the 1 RTU Recruit Standing Orders. What does it mean? I mean, is this implying that the recruits can't ask questions of the instructors? They've got to go to the orderly first? Or?
It may be at the end of the day, they've got a, what's an example? We come up close to graduation, there may be 300 guests coming to that graduation parade. The course orderly may be instructed by the course NCO, gather all the names by the recruits. So after hours, here's a spreadsheet, all of the details come to the course orderly collates on behalf of the course NCO and passes in. So it may, like an administrative logistics type, gather the information and pass to. So communicating information and questions between course staff and recruits. So it could be an after hours, gather some information, but it doesn't negate the individual being able to talk to the course NCO if need be.
Right. So this would be an assigned task.
Correct.
Rather than a standing arrangement for communication.
Correct, yes.
If we look at F, we see that there are times when the course orderlies are in charge, I withdraw that they have the role, forget about calling the role, central point of contact during an emergency.
Yeah.
Is the implication of this that there are times when the recruits are in the charge of the course orderly and there's no NCO or instructor present?
Only at that state of emergency, as the rest of the paragraph suggests. So we do fire alarm drills with the accommodation, for example, under work health and safety, and they're instructed to put the yellow hat on, walk out, call the nominal roll. So when the firefighters or ambulances or emergency services, you can say all accounted for or not all accounted for, but it's only under those situations of emergency.
I see.
Yeah.
Yep. And it applies to real and
drills
pretend
and the like.
drills.
Correct. Yes.
Just sorry to interject, Mr. Singleton, but I'm conscious of the time and the transcription capacity having to break after 2 hours. We're close to 2 hours.
I'm happy to stop now or do one more paragraph. I'm really
Just do one more paragraph perhaps and then we'll have a short break.
Let's see how we go. We'll have a look at paragraph 24. Various communications are listed in this paragraph. These are your ways of communicating with the recruits. Is this your personal list, reflective of your style, or is it the standard that anyone in your job would be expected to follow?
I would expect anyone in my job, most definitely the joining instructions is a formal document that sits at Defence Force Recruiting, where I, on behalf of Air Force and unit, say to a potential candidate that this is what your Air Force career is going to look like to start with, items to join and the like. Recruit standing orders, any commanding officer, I've called them recruit standing orders because they're relevant to the recruits. Other units would have standing orders or standing instructions. I've separated mine into two, so the staff have some relevant to them and the recruits have some relevant to them, because staff instructions are quite irrelevant to the students. An introductory brief, I would expect all commanding officers of a training establishment to give some form of, this is what I expect of you during your participation in the course. And then some of those others, the air power presentation, they are probably a little bit more now of my style. I like the recruits to present to me, which is now getting very, very senior in course, where they're at week 10, 11. And some of these recruits are now potentially going to be employed where they are amongst senior officers daily. So to be a little bit more at ease, to be able to talk with the senior officer or the commanding officer of the unit and present the appropriate topics such as air power. Frocking, it's a promotion ceremony. I think that's only befitting of a CO to have that privilege and do that. One of those that is very much my thing as well, I have lunch with my recruits in the dining hall leading into their graduation week as well, and that puts their mind at ease and they become somewhat more relaxed, knowing there's an extremely senior officer inbound for a graduation and reviewing officer parade.
Last question before the break, paragraph C there. Every course, is that a reference to every 11-week course?
Correct. So
Not-
every body of 60 recruits on Thursday. So they traditionally raise Tuesday, Wednesday from around nationally Australia. They then arrive that Tuesday, Wednesday. We start to kit them out, and then I speak to every single recruit every fortnight in groups of 60 as they finally arrive, and I give them my expectations of what I want them to achieve throughout that 11 weeks.
We've reached the 2-hour mark, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. We'll just have a short break, returning in about 10, 15 minutes.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned to 4:30. The Royal Commission is in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton.
Thank you. I'll ask the operator to bring the statement back up on the screen. And Wing Commander, I've just got a couple more questions about paragraph 24. At 24H, you mention that you attend lessons from time to time. How often do you attend lessons? Oh, is there a button? There we are.
Is that right?
Thanks.
Every fortnight I participate in the air power lesson where the recruits will present the characteristics of air power to myself and the other members of the executive.
Do you attend other lessons?
From time to time I'll go and watch one of my instructors teach a lesson, yes.
How often do you get that opportunity?
It's when the diary permits, dare I say, once a fortnight, once a month.
Thank you. How often and in what circumstances, if at all, do you meet with individual recruits?
So I participate in a commanding officer's parade every second Friday, so once a fortnight. But equally too, if I'm travelling around the unit, going from point A to point B, or going up to the base for another meeting, I might walk past the learning centre and see them sitting there. So stop, engage, say good day.
That might be a group, but specifically engaging with individuals. At
the mess, that gives me that opportunity to sit and have a feed with either 1, 2, 3, 5 recruits. But again, it is a small group. As in individuals, if I walk past them, it happens to be by themselves, absolutely engage, yeah.
All right. Do you acknowledge that there's a risk, at least in theory, that lessons may be delivered differently when you're not there or when an officer is not present?
That's a possibility, yeah.
Do you have any measures to mitigate that risk or to find out how lessons are done when you're not there?
I do. I have an active instructor management framework. So within my flight, I have a formed body of troops that will go and formally assess lessons to step them through, not dissimilar to your question you asked me some hours ago. What makes them seasoned and a competent and confident instructor, more senior as they go. So we will step through that format and process. So brand new instructor will be assessed by a staff member, and then as it goes forward to ensure that they are teaching what they're meant to be teaching, then the staff will also pull back out of that option.
All right, I'll ask the operator to scroll down to page 0172. And in particular, paragraph 26. This is a new topic. You've reported some information from the snapshot survey from this year. And there are 2 interview questions that are mentioned here. Do you see them? One is, my unit/workplace is an okay place to be and things are looking up. And the other question is, my unit/workplace is a good place to be and things are looking good for the future. What's the difference between those 2 questions from your point of view?
One is saying, well, there's a big difference between okay, it's okay, where good's great, good's on the improve. That's probably the fundamental difference I see in that piece there.
So as you interpret these questions, or do you do the survey yourself?
I do, correct.
I realise it's a bit of a memory test, so tell if it's not fair, but does it work such that the 54% who said yes to okay should be added on to the 22% who said it's good?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So,
no. I'm not confident to
they're
say
two as best you could recall, they're 2 independent questions. That's the way.
Most definitely, yeah. So, and then it's represented in a bell curve of where those percentages sit of those 4 separate questions.
So it appears that about half the people, a little bit more than half, think it's an okay place, and a little under a quarter think it's a good place to be. Would you agree that probably most people who said, most people in the 22.9% will also be in the 54%, but not the other way around.
I don't know. I'm not so sure how the data is captured and then represented.
All right. You seem to cite these two percentages as evidence of a positive culture at 1RTU.
I believe so.
It might be argued that the figure for good at 22.9 and for okay at just over half is not that good. Let's be fair, there are many indicators that your base is doing better than many others, better than average, but what would your response be to the proposition that this is not an outstanding endorsement?
Probably the fact that the other two figures that weren't asked for, it says not good or not okay. They were very, very, very low compared to those figures that are there.
And does that imply that there's a slab in the middle who are neutral?
Correct.
When recruits come to your unit, are there any... I'll just for your assistance and guidance, we'll get paragraph 28 up on the screen, just so that you can refer to it if you want. This is on page 0172 as well. You say here that the majority of the recruit population enlist with personal values that are broadly in alignment with the 1RTU culture. How is that measured or discerned?
It's not formally measured as a key performance indicator and the like, but a recruit would have some form of respect for family members or the organisation they've come from working from, and they've now joined an organisation that has respect or one of those of the values that are not dissimilar to other organisations and the like as well. Is it measured? No.
Do recruits have any inaccurate expectations or understandings that need correcting? And obviously many do, but are there any major ones that seem to be consistent themes?
I wouldn't say so, no.
At page 29, sorry, paragraph 29 on the next page, 0173, you refer to a workplace behaviour report and say that paragraphs 4 and 8 of that report are confusing at best. What I'll ask the operator to bring up what I think is the report and see if I'm right. Operator, could you please display DEF 1074 0003 0057? Is this the report? Feel free to
Correct.
look through it. That's the report you're referring to?
Yes.
You'll see at the beginning it's addressed to CAF. Is that the Chief of Air Force?
Correct. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
And then there's a list of people, including you, humbly placed at the bottom as other people to get it for information.
Correct.
How useful did you find this report?
I found it kind of contradictory in the fact, like I've said in the answer there, at one stage it says, my figures are looking okay compared to wider Air Force, so they're a little bit below. But then it says, paragraph 8 states that most specific types of view may remain low and stable, but then, as it says a little later, what it hasn't taken into consideration is a healthy reporting culture. So they're only talking about actual events. What it hasn't considered is there may be not an increase in events, but an increase. So those events could have happened all the time, and I can't quantify that, but there's a whole bunch of staff and recruits that are comfortable and confident to report. So is it an increase in events or an increase in a healthy reporting culture that my unit and trainees, because of what we've set up, they're happy to say, hey, this isn't right, or whatever the case may be. So equally, when asked, have you as the student encountered, witnessed, viewed unacceptable behaviour, it doesn't specifically say since joining the Defence or Air Force. So they may have responded yes, and if you do question or go a little bit further, it might have been playing footy for the under-11s at Wobbegong Football Park. What I'm saying there is that some of the questions are not really clear or a little bit ambiguous.
and you've made at least your major criticism of the report in your statement, so we've read that.
Yes,
but,
yeah.
Do you get value out of this report? Or
Oh, absolutely. Because
what kind of value do you get?
well, just the fact that some of recruits, if for nothing else, they know they've got a voice and being listened to because there's a significant effort goes into this, and knowing it's going to be coming back to the CO to be able to have a look at it as well. So there's a lot of benefit in it, but equally too, it gives me the ability to summarise like I've just done so, saying I've got a healthy culture within the unit. I see you're never going to be able to stamp out 100% all allegations or events of unacceptable behaviour. You can definitely try through all of what we do to reduce and or lower the likelihood, but any external review of what we do internally is a good thing to have.
Has the report led to any reforms or other measures at 1RTU?
This, as well as I do a learning improvements board, so all of those questions that we put to the recruits, the surveys, so at the start, week 6 and the like, I collate all of that in these reports, snapshot surveys, DFR reports, and then once a quarter in a learning implementation board, look at what improvements, continuous improvements or otherwise, we can make of the unit moving forward. What is within and also out of my control. So again, back to that LMP, what I can do internally without higher headquarters engagement, or if I see some improvements that are needed, pass that to higher headquarters for endorsement.
Well, can you point to any particular change in the management of the your unit, or any other reforms specifically coming out of this report? And I don't suggest there should or would be, but are there any?
Oh, I think that one of, taken away that we've continued to, that healthy reporting was one of the most recent outcomes.
Well, that's a conclusion you've drawn from the reporting.
Correct.
You say this is evidence for a healthy reporting culture. Did that lead you to change something?
I keep on moving forward with, making the comfortable environment to allow people to...
But that's keeping on doing the same.
Yeah.
I'm asking whether there's anything in this report that has led to a change.
Not specifically, no.
I'll ask the operator to scroll down to page 0060. This is the fourth page, I think, but it's in effect an annexure to the typed report. And there are 2 pages of charts and notes. If we just go back to the first one, thank you, operator. You'll see that there are 3 sets of charts. Each has a heading in white writing on a grey background. So there's one right across the bottom, one on the upper left, one on the upper right. Do you see those 3 different sets? At the very bottom of the section headed Experiences of Unacceptable Behaviours - Gender Breakdowns, do you see the note with a little hash mark indicating that figures on other kinds of unacceptable behaviour are available on request? So forget about the hash tag, but operator, if you could just take that blown up section away. Can you see it, Commander, that there was a hashtag above the word? Do you see in grey and white responses to unacceptable behaviours? And just above the word behaviours, there's a note. And it says results are provided. Do you see that?
No.
Do you see the chart headed discrimination? Have a look at the screen and you can see where it's blown up from. Thank you, operator. So there's an extract on the screen and it shows you where it's been blown up from on the document. You see the note, results are provided on a selection.
Yes.
Have you requested data on other behaviours?
No.
Do you see, while we're there, there's the hashtag, there were no significant gender differences?
Correct. Yep.
If we take that expansion away and look at, there's a chart for sexual misconduct. It is on the left side. There it is. Thank you, operator. See that chart?
Mm-hmm.
It appears that 4% of men have reported in the year being subjected to sexual misconduct, and 7% of women. You see that?
Mm.
That is 75% higher for women than for men. Do you agree with the report writer that that is not a significant difference?
Say that again, sorry.
The report writer says that a 75% larger report from women is not a significant difference between the genders.
I object. My friend perhaps just explain the connection between the hash, which part of the report that's referring to.
Let me have that bit removed so we can see the whole document, the whole page. Sorry, if we can have the page back. I invite attention to the fact that there are 3 sets of charts, as previously described, and each one has a major heading in white writing with a grey background. The top left has the heading Experiences of Unacceptable Behaviours - Gender Breakdowns #, indicating a footnote. Thank you, operator. And then the footnote is at the bottom of that set of charts. And if we can now expand it again, we can see that that hash symbol, which is the equivalent of an asterisk, and in the old style was the 6th footnote after asterisk was the first, there were no significant gender differences. According to, as I respectfully interpret it, and I suggest it's the only way of interpreting what's written, the author of this report contends that in the section on experiences of unacceptable behaviours, gender breakdowns, there were no significant differences between the genders. The chart on sexual misconduct shows that women experienced or reported experiencing a 75% larger number than the men. Now that's what the chart says. My simple question for the witness is, do you agree with the author that a 75% difference is not significant?
What I do agree is, like I said in my paragraph 29, I find a significant portion of the data inside of this is ambiguous and contradictory.
Well, now, if you don't mind, my question is, do you agree that if women are reporting 75% more sexual misconduct than men, do you agree that's not a significant difference between the genders? So it's an opinion matter. You're entitled to agree with the author or disagree.
Agree or disagree, what I see of this is I have to accept that this is what the survey taker has reported.
Yes.
So that's all I can say is
No, the survey, the data is in the chart. It may be accurate, it may be an under-reporting, it may be an over-reporting. The changes, it's a relatively minor change, may be explained by a change in reporting culture. But the note affixed to the bottom of this set of charts gives the opinion of the author of this report that there's no significant difference between the genders. Now, a 5% difference between the genders, many people might say that's not a significant difference. A 75% difference, I'd suggest to you, is a significant difference, but it is a matter of opinion, and I'm asking what your opinion is. Do you think a 75% difference between the genders is a significant difference or not?
Yes.
So you disagree with the author?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you shed any light, and you may not know, this is a question really for the author, who isn't here, but do you have any knowledge of what is considered a significant gap if 75% isn't?
No.
Operator, could I ask you to briefly display another document? It's DEF 1000 8001 7009. This appears by its title to be the equivalent report for the 2019 year. Have you received one of these? This is 20 or many pages long, much more detailed than the one you got this year. Have you received one of these
For 2020 or 19?
For 2022?
No,
Oh, sorry, 2021.
no.
Did you get one the year before?
This is the only one I've received for 19 and that one for 21.
Right. Have you looked
Of
at...
which different formats.
I'm not going to go to the detail of this. It's actually from before your time, effectively. But have you looked at it in detail?
No.
All right, well, we'll just go back to the one that you have, but we'll go to your statement first. DEF quadruple 90041 0163 at page 0173. And this is where you respond. You have said, I think, the bulk of this already in the last few minutes, but in fairness, let me just remind you of it. You say at the end of 29 that the root cause of the increase in unacceptable behaviour events may be a healthy reporting culture within the unit, as opposed to an actual increase in the events.
If possible, yes.
Accepting the logic that that is one explanation, do you also accept the logic that it may be that the amount of unacceptable behaviour has increased?
It could be the case.
Do you have a view as to which is more likely?
I'm the commanding officer of the unit, of course. I'm going to say I believe it's a healthy culture.
Well, and you say that...
Because it's my opinion, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. I understand
Yeah.
you may be acknowledging a bias there, of course, but that is your opinion. Why do you hold that view, other than that you're the commander, but is there some more substance to it?
I'd like to think, from what I've displayed from a leadership and management perspective, instructed my staff to be open, honest and engaging with the students, create that comfortable environment where they need to be able to feel exactly that, comfortable to be able to report, be comfortable in their own skin as a bystander, report issues, all of what I've tried to set up over the last 2-3 years. I believe that is indicative of that result.
Do you accept that that assumption or that approach, the choice that it's probably explicable by better reporting than worsening situation, is actually the more dangerous assumption to make, in that it would be better to overestimate the problem than underestimate it?
That could be the case, yes.
But that's a risk you're taking at the moment?
Well, it is, and equally too, of those incidents, events, issues that have been reported, is it right to say that they're at the lower scale of unacceptable behaviour? So, as you said, they're more like the fishing line with the snake being towed behind, or the whoopee cushion type. So, they're not of those significant sexual misconduct and the like. So the events of which have been reported are very much the lower level events, and I've seen less of those significantly inappropriate other events.
Is it possible that the reporting of serious matters hasn't improved, but the reporting of minor matters has? Is that what you're saying, or vice versa?
Oh, it could be either. But as long as we monitor what is going on and keep that chain of command available and open to revisit and look at that, absolutely.
Operator, I'll ask you back to the graphs. It's DEF. There it is already. So I just want to look at the 6 graphs we were looking at before, unacceptable behaviour, gender differences. If we could just look at that group of 6, or we'll start with the first one, any unacceptable behaviour. You can see that there's a grey line that this is in the top left, and it begins at 37, it declines to 34 and goes slightly up again to 35. And the blue line, which declines slightly and then rises more sharply. If you look at the bottom underneath all those tables, we learn that the blue line is 1 RTU and the grey line is the whole of defence as measured in the third quarter of 2021. Now that we understand the chart, and by the way, whole WOD is whole of defence, and that's explained on the first page. Could you just, let's have a look at the chart for discrimination, if we may. Now, there we see for one RTU that the reporting has declined from 2% down to nothing.
Reporting or events?
Well, this is all reporting. We don't know what the true level is because the only information, this is all reporting. And the question is, I'm not asking this question, but the underlying issue is to what extent is it a matter of changing of the reporting culture or a change in what's actually occurring? Now, one explanation here is that the level of discrimination has gone from a low figure to none, or that the reporting has gone from a low figure to none. Well, that's definitely true.
Or as you've just said, there are no events to report.
Well, that's the
So
point.
that's three interpretations we could summarise into what the answer or the outcome could be.
But one interpretation that's not open here is that an apparent increase is the result of a better reporting culture. Because there's no apparent increase, it's gone down to zero. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
I'll invite the operator to highlight or expand the violent behaviours one that's just above. And this one's steady, 3% all the way through the 3 years. That can't be explained, can it, by an increase in reporting culture?
No.
If we go to the left, we get sexual abuse. The chart here goes from 5% down to 4 and back up to 5. Plainly, it could be within the statistical margins. I won't go into the details, but it's a relatively flat trajectory. But again, do you accept that for abuse of for sexual misconduct, it goes from 5 to 4 and back to 5. That's relatively stable and not explicable by an increase in reporting. Do you agree?
Correct.
And then the next chart, titled Abuse of Power, which is just below this one, just goes from 1% to 2%. It's an increase, but I suggest to you, not statistically significant. And in the context of all the other charts, I suggest these charts do not make the case for an increase in reporting. They make the case for a fairly steady and low level of problem. Would you agree?
Yes.
And if we then go to the chart that stands out, which is bullying, that records a marked increase, a 5-fold increase from 2% to 10% of personnel experiencing it in the period from 2019 to 2021. Can you point to any reason why there would be a massive increase in reporting of bullying, if there wasn't one, it wasn't a real increase, and yet no increase in reporting in other areas?
The only thing with the bullying I can assume has come up with an outcome or an increase in either reporting or actual events. It might have been mid-19 or early 20. We had to re-educate the workforce on what bullying was, because there was a lot of allegations of bullying when, in accordance with the defined phrase or what bullying was, it actually wasn't bullying. So some of these facts and figures may be reported bullying, but once fact-find and investigated into actually the event, it may not have been bullying as an outcome either.
So when was that re-education?
There was, I'd have to get an exact date. Officer Training School went through similar, because they saw a spike in similar increase. So like-minded commanding officer spoke about it, and they come up with some posters and some other information to try and better educate what bullying was, because there was an increase of events, but when actually looking at the events, it wasn't bullying.
Yes, I understood, but when? I thought you said 2019, but I may have misheard.
It was either, I'd only just recently got into command. It's an assumption, date-wise. It may be early 20 or shortly thereafter arrival.
Right.
It was in COVID times as well, during lockdown and everything else. So,
Yes.
And just to put another lens over that, while I mentioned that COVID word, this was all during lockdown. So I had recruits not leaving base at all for the entire 11 weeks. They were locked into an accommodation block in groups of 4, not allowed to exit the accommodation. So I also looked through this significantly different lens of whether good reporting, not reporting, more events, not events. through a significantly different landscape of how the training was as well. So that was difficult to interpret.
Do you accept that the fact that there was some re-education or retraining on the true meaning of bullying to make it clear that some things are not bullying, even though the recruits thought it was, should lead to a reduction in reports of bullying? Because what would once have been an allegation of bullying would no longer be.
It could do.
And do you accept, and I'm not critical for anyone not being a statistician, but now that we've gone through these charts, do you accept that there's a real case to be made, not conclusion, but a real argument for a proposition that there has been an increase in bullying?
I would accept that, but I would also accept the fact that we need to actually clearly articulate and define what some of these surveys are doing, because they can be misinterpreted for positive or negative outcomes depending on which way they're viewed.
Yes. At this stage, no reforms to address what is a real potential problem for bullying have been implemented since getting this report.
Have there been changes?
Well, I think you've already said that there haven't been reforms because of this report, and that specifically goes for bullying, because you had not really looked at it in the way we have now. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Yeah.
All right. I'll ask the operator to go to the statement DEF quadruple 9 0014. And if we could go to the page 0175 to clarify a detail here. At 35A, you discussed medical separation. We've heard, admittedly in an army context, that the decisions of the MEC-RBs, that's the Military Employment Classification Review Boards, are actually taken by the chair of the MEC-RB, and that the chair is the unit commanding officer. Here it appears from your statement at 35A that the MEC-RB you're talking about is one at RAF headquarters. Is that right?
So unit MEC is the MO, so a local medical classification review board is done locally at the Health Services Flight RAF Wagga. The central MEC is exactly as you've just said, out of Air Force headquarters or out of Perth Branch Air Force.
And these decisions on medical separation are being done at headquarters, not at your level?
Correct.
But the administrative decisions, which you discuss just a little bit later, are done at your level?
Correct.
All right. You speak at 35C of the support that's provided to those who are separating from the Air Force. Does the Joint Transition Authority play a role?
They most definitely do. We have I'll call her a practitioner, I think that's the best way to say it. She's a practitioner or an employee, or she's the transition assistant. So all recruits, if they do go down that path, are assigned to her, and then she supports and assists on that journey.
How long, is that a position at the base?
At Medical Centre, correct, RAF Base Wagga.
How long has that position been there?
Oh, it's for the last 18 months or so, and that's an assumption. It's been there for, may even been the entire command, but more relevant in the last probably 2 years, that I would suggest.
And has there been an administrative change about the administrative location of that person?
Now, meaning location of where they're employed, or
yeah.
I don't know, to be honest.
We've heard that the DFMS, the Defence Member and Family Services, have relinquished transition, and the JTA have taken over some of the functions. Do you know anything about that?
No.
Various supports are mentioned in your statement. To what extent does the member have to seek those out, and to what extent is the support automatically or mandatorily given?
We offer that to them and then make contact on behalf of the student. So, for example, member support coordinator, medical, dental, doctor, physio, if they so choose to make contact with them, we'll phone them on their behalf and make the appropriate appointments.
I missed a couple of things about the MEC-RB process. After headquarters makes a decision, you're given the role of debriefing
Correct.
the person.
Yeah.
Does the member who's being medically discharged get an opportunity to address the decision maker in Canberra?
They do. They have an administrative right to respond within a certain time frame. And they have some, so within, I think it's 14 days, they must respond in writing as to whether they accept the date and the terms, so the date of transition and the terms. If there's any new medical information that has come about the decision as to why they're being transitioned, the trainee then has the ability to respond back to the Medical Classification Review Board, or they can just simply accept the date and the time as well. And then we both sign, countersign and return that back to Perth Branch Air Force.
All right. If an instructor at the unit needed to be counselled for alleged or proven misbehaviour or performance issues, who would actually do it?
Depending on the situation, if they failed to turn up to it was a poor performance in a lesson presentation and the like, it might be at that flight sergeant level, so their immediate supervisor or one-up. If we're talking something as a result of a fact find into unacceptable behaviour or something a little more severe, whatever that may be, it could be elevated up to the executive officer or chief instructor.
Has an instructor ever been moved to other duties on the ground of not being suitable for the role?
Yes.
How often does that happen, or has it happened in the last 3 years, say?
It definitely has happened in the last 3 years. When I took over command, there were 2 instructors removed from training, and then there may be situations where there could be a domestic situation at home where if a member is subjected to some type of order, I may change their employment in a position so they're not forward-facing or they're at back of house doing administrative tasks.
Commissioners, as always, there are plenty more questions, but I'll leave the commander there for the time being and yield to you. Thank you, Commander.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. I'm just to start off with a curiosity. I think I heard you say that the chief instructor had never been posted to a training establishment before, and I don't want to go into any individual, but I'm just curious as to then how that
How
could
and
be.
why? I'm speaking on behalf of Perth Branch here, of course, but that may be an opportunity to diversify an individual at that level to then gain some experience for future employment. It's a pretty, you've heard the LMP, the Learning Management Package, and how comprehensive that document is. So it is definitely a bonus to have that experience as an instructor or a trainer, but equally it's not uncommon for someone not to have that background to be posted into positions as well.
Okay. I mean, I can see that there's a lot that underpins the syllabus and the learning management plan, but it just seems a curiosity. Perhaps, you know, I hope it doesn't reflect the importance attached to the training that they give someone with no training experience that chief role.
Yeah, understood, ma'am. Yeah.
But as I said, it's a bit of a curiosity. You mentioned the review of the syllabus that had been done and that there'd been extensive stakeholder input. Can you tell me what input there was from recruits?
None. So it was only from stakeholders, meaning senior leadership of Air Force, that had provided input onto what they would like to see the end product, so what they believe the recruits' attitudes, abilities, knowledge and underpinning skills should look like, but there was nothing engaged to the recruit for that learning review.
And when you say senior leadership, are you talking officers or are you talking...
Yes.
So senior NCOs?
No, sorry, senior leadership team across Air Force, so chief, Deputy Chief of Air Force at that level.
Would it not seem reasonable to ask some recruits? I mean, on the one hand, you know what you kind of review what you want to teach, but then there's the whole thing about maybe how they're being taught, what they think is relevant, whether they've got any contemporary kind of views. I'm just wondering whether that would seem a reasonable thing to have done.
During that review, possibly. What I do, though, explained a little earlier about that learning interview board where we get feedback on the recruits of what was good, what was not so good, how would we improve our instruction, did you get a little out of it, what seemed like a waste of time. For example, of that feedback, for example, the recruits travelled to the Temora Aviation Museum, and then some of the feedback from the recruits was, I've never been to the War Memorial, could we do that? We now go to the War Memorial every fortnight with the very senior recruits. So from that feedback, we do get that from the recruits. But from the actual review that happened late last year, it was only the senior Air Force leadership team that was engaged.
Okay. I just wanted to ask about the ratio. You said there's essentially 2 corporals to every 30 recruits. How much time do the corporals spend each day, or the corporals, each day with those recruits?
Some days, lots, just about the entire day. So if they're in the weapon training phase, for example, that could be pick the recruits up at 7 o'clock, do 3 or 4 lessons, break for lunch. Recruits then may go for PT physical training for an hour or so, where the instructors would then be away from their recruits because they're now with the physical training instructors. They then might get back mid-afternoon, do a few more lessons through to 5 o'clock. So in that example, they're there a significant portion of time. However, as you've heard, there's significant periods where they're external instructors. So they may be with those students for very limited time, pick them up in the morning, take them to a number of locations throughout the base, clothing store, medical, dental, or whatever that external agency and or other instructor, so not see them for a significant period, then see them at the end of the day. So it depends on what's happening at the time. But it can be a little or it can be a lot.
Is there any evidence base that underpins that ratio? Essentially 1 corporal to 15 recruits?
Yeah, some lessons, they are quite specific. At the initial stage of weapon training, for example, it's one-on-one. So if a recruit is on the range and it's the first time they've fired, the policy or the instruction manual says it is one-on-one. Physical training, for example, instructor-student ratio preferably is 1:10, 1:20, or whatever the case may be. That is throughout the LMP on what those ratios should be. From a science as to why, that's only that lesson instruction as to why those ratios exist.
And does anyone, or I'm assuming they do, so I'll ask the other question in a different form. How do you measure then the impact of being a corporal in the training? You know, like for the corporals who have this responsibility, how do you measure the impact on them of having responsibility for these 15 people for 10, 12 hours a day?
Yeah, so monitoring their mental health and wellbeing as well. It's communication, ask how they're going. I have had some instructors that have gladly put their hand up and said, hey, I need a break. Most instructors would only see 3 courses per year as well. So it may be 11 weeks, 2 weeks break, 11 weeks, 2 weeks break, and then no course for for many weeks. In other cases, some instructors like to just keep on going because they thoroughly enjoy doing what it is as well. So feedback from the instructors primarily.
Okay. I think I heard you say that their recruits do about 40 to 80 minutes of PT per day to get them to the Air Force standard. Mm-hmm. So there's a clear emphasis on physical fitness. Mm-hmm. They do, of their 11 weeks, I think you said 2 weeks of a block of weapons training, plus then they have some other follow-up sessions. So there's an emphasis on weapons training. I guess I'm wondering how much time, if you had to put it all together, they spend on the ethics and understanding acceptable behaviours. Could you answer that if you put it together?
Actual figure, ma'am, no, I wouldn't be able to give a specific figure, but outside of that, the rest of that is then classroom time. So 2 weeks weapon, including range shoot. Non-range practice, so for that 2 weeks, those other 7, 8, 9 weeks worth of training, a lot of that is class-based as well. So from a percentage of other, no, I don't have those figures.
It's just someone said to me once that there's more emphasis on making sure that you know how to clean your weapon than knowing how to behave appropriately. And I'm just wondering whether you have a sense of that being a fair statement or an unreasonable statement, or...
I'd have to get the figures, ma'am, to answer that correctly.
One of the pages that we saw on the screen referred to tough training. And I'm just wondering if you could explain to me exactly what that means.
One example is fire and movement. Are you familiar with that term, ma'am, at all? So fire and movement is when a recruit is in the field environment in full kit, so camouflage uniform with some form of load-carrying device and a weapon, and they'll be on the ground leopard crawling. That's what I consider as tough training. You know, that's physically demanding in hot, cold, wet type climates. That's what I would explain tough training.
So the getting up at 5 a.m. and working till 5 p.m. is not part of the tough training?
Well, that's all pretty tough as well. Equally, you know, getting to and from the mess where geographically my unit is and the mess, you know, the recruits are marching for 3 meals a day, 6 kilometres. So when you start to look at that type of physical impact that can have as well, just to eat, that's why I then monitor my program to make sure we're not overloading the recruits from a lower leg perspective, and that's a lot of kilometres to be walking. So that's tough in itself as well.
Is that a mental toughness as well?
Certain phases there are from an academic perspective, and I would argue it's mentally tough just from the fact of being away from home if you've never done it before, living in a community environment. You know, so it's just tough by nature of the fact of we've moved them away from anywhere around Australia. And equally, if you've come from Darwin to a Wagga winter, that'd be pretty tough as well. But just recognising that.
Okay. Again, referring to one of the pages that was brought up, there was a slide that said unacceptable behaviour is not in the best interests of defence. That I think goes without saying, but I didn't see any reference to it not being in the best interests of any individuals as well.
Yeah, no, not that I'm aware of. Yeah, but it talks about defence as the organisation as opposed to individual. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just wondering then, perhaps as my last question, we heard in Mr Connor's opening statement, and I'm not sure if you were here to hear that, but he took us through some of the data and information coming out of the most recent AIHW report on the defence and veteran suicide, and particularly highlighting some of the cohorts that are at risk. And in his statement, he talked about defence needing to, understand this deeply and to respond. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the training component, how has the Air Force, from your knowledge, understood that data and taken it into account in relation to the training? Has there been any modification that you're aware of?
Not yet, ma'am. No, not that I'm aware of. My training hasn't changed yet for my command, other than that review of training that we did late last year.
Can I put to you that perhaps that concerns me a little bit, because we heard this morning about the suicide rate for female ex-serving. We don't have the data on female serving because the numbers are so small. But they have at least double the rate of suicide of women in the Australian community. And then we see in your most recent survey results the difference in sexual misconduct between the females and the males, as Mr Singleton was pointing out. Now, that information about the higher rate of suicide in females is not just this year. We knew it at least last year.
Right.
So it just does concern me, you know, if you're not aware of any responses taken on data that's at least 12 months old. Now, that's a comment on it's not a question per se, but
Yeah.
all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas.
Thanks. Wing Commander, you were asked about the figures on unacceptable behaviour. Is it right of me to assume that you would see the facts about cases that are classified as unacceptable behaviour as a matter of course in your role?
Correct. So initially reviewed by either my Chief Instructor or Executive Officer, just in case I do need to make an administrative decision which could impact a recruit. So that bias piece,
Yes.
but I definitely see them either after the fact or on review.
So what are the criteria for classifying behaviour as unacceptable? Can you tell me that?
So my Executive Officer would first look at that to decide whether it is or is not.
Well, if the Executive Officer does that, what criteria would he or she apply?
In accordance
For
with
example, I'd imagine that if there's a breach of a Defence Force discipline code, that would be regarded as unacceptable. But say it's just, to use an old Australian term, chiaking, which is perhaps offensive, but teasing more than abusive. Is there a distinction to be made, and how is it made?
Well, the Executive Officer would then look at that in accordance with the appropriate manuals and the like to make that decision.
So where do I find or see the appropriate manuals which define what behaviour would
constitute unacceptable? Is it Complaints and Resolution Manual is one document to go to for all things unacceptable behaviour and the like.
And would I be right in assuming that you wouldn't have to rise to the level of committing a military offence to be regarded as engaging in an unacceptable behaviour?
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. I just have one issue I'd like to explore at Wing Commander. Just taking Commissioner Douglas's point a step further. So you have standard operating guidelines, if you like, for what's acceptable and what's not. In your experience in the role you're in, how many cases, or what's your sense of how many times people have actually been disciplined or faced disciplinary proceedings? How often does that happen? Has it happened?
Has it happened? Yeah. I would say from a DFDA perspective, from a Defence Force Discipline Act and taking that joint military policing approach, once, twice a year so far. Have we taken any type of formal counsel? It could be just recording the conversation many times because it could be at that low end. When I first took up command, some significant events, there were 2 of my staff members I removed from I made recommendations to have them removed from Air Force.
So how many students would you roll through? And I apologise, I did have the figure before, per annum.
On the increase, actually, sir. So first year 8, last year 9, this year 1,000, next year.
Sorry, how many students go through your establishment?
1,000 a year.
1,000.
Yes, correct.
And once or twice a year, something happens where disciplinary action is taken. Have I got that right? Or
from a DFDA perspective, yes. From a Defence Force Discipline Act, therefore charging under that Act, yes. Okay. But others may be administratively dealt with, section commander warning or administrative warning of some form.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Free?
No questions, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Fraser, if you're still with us, any issues you wish to raise?
No questions, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, any matters arising, Mr. Singleton?
Nothing that seems to complete this particular session.
Okay, we're going to adjourn for public hearings to 8:30 tomorrow morning, but I understand we're returning for an in-camera hearing shortly. So,
For a short time.
thank you.
All right. The Royal Commission is adjourned for a closed hearing. Public hearing will resume at 8:30 on 29th November.